But even those of us who unionist views, including myself, felt really good about the advent of an SNP government because of the fact that they had always talked about the importance of heritage. And First Minister Alex Salmon, when he traveled to the States, talked about that. It was on the Scottish government website, and we felt that now we had a government that was really sympathetic in a way that the government was not to the importance of heritage. And that was pretty good for a while. Now we are where we are. Robin is retired. We have a new First Secretary, Don Jack, some of the men in the job, and we have a new First Minister in Scotland. So we turn the page. And it's no secret that the Scottish government has pulled back from engagement with the heritage sector, to the point where those of us in the Washington area who were used to extending invitations to come and speak, to be at social events, whatever, the Scottish Affairs Office, and they always used to come, now they don't come. And it's simply not like us. We took it personally. Now I think we see, when we look at the engagement strategy, that it's not personal, it's a policy decision. They have decided to emphasize the economic piece of it. That's fine. And we want to help them succeed on the economic piece, but we see ourselves in the ancestral diaspora as a key piece of what the Scottish community is all about. And I don't think they do. So it's a family feud, if you will. Maybe not a feud, but it could head into that domain if we're not careful. And if they're not careful, that does nobody knows. So my perspective is we need to get back on track with the fact that we in the Scottish diaspora, in America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, wherever, are part of the family. We want to be respected, we want to be included, we want to be listened to, and we also very much want to hear what Scotland has to say. And if we can help them advance their interests in the United States, we'll do that. But we also have some interests in Scotland and in many Scottish that we want them to hear and respect. And I think we're at a critical juncture, and it's not all clear to me which way it's going to go. So those are my thoughts, and I think we're going to hear from some discussants at this point. Would you like to start, Mr. Galvin?
I think there's several components behind this. One is certainly what Scotland wants to gain from us. And one of those things is we have behind the preeminent organizations represented here, Canada, Australia, U.S., Standing Council, big data. I mean, we know people who are interested in Scottish ancestral issues. I'm not suggesting that we give up our email list to Scottish government right away. Some kind of a pull system that allows us to broadcast things of interest through those associations would be perhaps useful. At the same time, I think that there's things that we need to do ourselves to solidify the extended Scottish interest. And I think that begins with reinvigorating our very own associations, societies, plans, etc. So I think it's a two-part system. I do think that when you talk about an emerging strategy, that the very fact that this is the fourth caucus is in itself an emerging strategy. It's something that hasn't existed, I don't think, before, but that in itself further this kind of battle, I think it's quite useful.
I'm going to ask Andrew Douglas to offer his thoughts.
I think it's always something that in this country people are really aware of when governments get involved. And I don't need to put the wrong weight on this, and most of you know where I'm going. It can be a tremendous benefit when a government gets involved, and it can also be a little bit worrying and alarming. I think you have to ask yourself, what role do you really want the Scottish government to play in this? It's very easy to sit back and complain that they're not doing this, or they should have been doing this, they should have been helping, they should have been coordinating. But I think one of the things that would help Malcolm when he goes back to this forum is if we would give him some sort of a message about what the diaspora really wants the Scottish government to do. Do we want them, we could think about the international time gathering situation in this context, so we've got some lessons from that. But do we want the government to originate actions, to originate ideas? Do we want them to coordinate what we are already doing? Do we want them to describe what we do really? Do we want them to define who we are and what we should be doing? Do we just want them to bless what we're doing and take the credit for it, which we're always happy for them to do? I think we really have to work that out in our own minds, because you don't want them to be more active and then to resent it after the fact. You don't want them to be taking initiatives and defining you and what your role should be, if it's not the role that you really see yourself having or the role you want. So I think that would be enormously helpful if people could come up with a really good idea of what role they see government taking. I think we see government stepping lightly right now, treading lightly into this area. And on the whole, I think that's been a good thing. Their caution has been a good thing, because we don't want them coming in with a heavy foot and then it being the wrong way to go. On the other hand, it is inevitable that we can look at the experience of other governments with their diasporas, and the examples that always get cited are Israel and Ireland, where the diaspora feels enormously appreciated and enormously involved, and the government's hand has been very beneficial. So maybe there are things that we can, there are positive lessons that we can take from that. But the Scots in America, and particularly in the American South, have generally not been very well disposed towards government. So think about what you really and send a message, because what you don't want is then to impose something and then after the fact you say, well, that's not really who we are. And I think that's my message.
Right, yes, thank you very much. If I can just add to it, since I became convener of the Standing Council and have really sort of got engaged with overseas organisations like COSCA, the one thing that I wanted this government to acknowledge formally, loudly, and as embodiedly as possible is an acknowledgement of the very important role that the diaspora plays in the heritage of Scotland. And that has never really been forthcoming. It hasn't really palace. So I thought that was a great shame, and that was an opportunity lost by the government of Scotland to say thank you, because without us, things that bring people to remote rural locations. And these sort of activities, I think, need to be emphasised. And there's a question of how best we get that message to the Scottish Government, whether it is through this Clarence Forum, perhaps myself, and COSCA.
John Sherry, would you come up and offer us some thoughts on this, please?
Well, thank you very much. Biographically, let me just say that I am a trustee at the St. Andrews Society of Detroit. I'm also president of the Family Walking Association of North America. And lastly, I'm a retired lieutenant governor for the state of Michigan. I'm saying that for last because Americans are really of two minds about government, which is part of our Scottish heritage. You know, you can't live with them and you can't live without them. So, you know, I do welcome the Scottish government's role here. And, you know, I'm struck, and I have been for some time now, what this relationship is mismatched in the sense that what seems to drive the government side of the equation is finances. And what seems to drive the diaspora's concern is heritage. Now, the tendency is to blame the government here because that financial incentive is so bright, you know, it's all about money. But, you know, on the heritage side, our concerns as a diaspora is not very well defined. So you have a very clear defined financial incentive on one side of the relationship and an ill-defined concern about heritage on the other side. And I think that's where the model discussion comes into play. And I say that because Susan had asked me to lead a working group that kind of focused on the debate that we were having online about the role of the American educational system and Scottish heritage. And our problem, quite frankly, is that Scots, the Scottish played such a very basic, creational, and fundamental role in developing the United States government that sometimes what is inherently American culture is truly Scottish culture. And we don't define that very well. And I say that because even though I'm from Michigan, my family is from Texas, I was born in Texas. And you know, we always call my dad's mother Granny. And why did she say and he say, I reckon so? And I thought that was so uniquely Southern. I find that was so uniquely Scottish. You know, and it's so uniquely American. So we haven't well defined our concerns as a diaspora. You know, because we view so much of this as American, but when you start to dig and you look at your roots, you find how much of it is Scottish. You know, the American public doesn't know what a Scottish diaspora is. And, you know, so one of the things I try to frame our working group, I'm struck that, you know, as our St. Andrews site, Detroit is, we're one of the major contributors to the Presbyterian College in Michigan. I suspect that's true across the United States. And, you know, we know, the St. Andrews Society knows that they have a strong Scottish cultural education program. But if you're not part of the St. Andrews Society, you don't know that Elm College is Scottish or has Scottish heritage programs. So even our own educational institutions don't promote the Scottish heritage outside of the Scottish community. And then we have the whole notion that when our American government teachers teach government, they don't draw the connection between some of the Scottish documents of independence and our own Declaration of Independence. And so we have, I think, some internal in-service issues that we have to do with our own teaching profession in this country. So I think part of what we need to do in COSCA and other Scottish heritage organizations is define what it is to be Scottish and American. And so then the Scottish government might have a stronger sense of what that relation is. And if you compare that with the Irish government and its diaspora, you find that Irish here in the United States clearly know what it is to be Irish. And government there knows how they can play the heritage angle and derive financial benefit from it. The relationship there is alive. And what our job here is to align our relationship.
I understand Malcolm Buchanan wanted to offer a thought, we hear him. But he wanted everyone to remember, I think he said it as well, that the Scottish diaspora is not just here in the USA. We're very much alive and populated in Canada, in Australia, in New Zealand, and in many other places. And the government needs to be aware of that too. Can we hear from Malcolm? I don't think we can.
Sure, let me try to.
Yeah, we're going to go again, be very quiet. Deal with Malcolm as you said.
That's what I was saying.
Well, it's not that. It's just.
Does he know that we're ready to listen?
It's 1:30.
Here he goes.
Thank you. One of the key aspects that I found both in the discussions that we had with Minister Ewing in the initial or introductory forum in Scotland, and again in the documentation that we've seen so far about the policy, there is a clear absence of focus more broadly than the Americas. So one of our key issues, of course, therefore, is that if the policy is to be reflect a true worldwide diaspora situation, that there should be more reflection on the Australia-New Zealand component as well. After all, we did have just a few come across this way.
Let me offer one other thought that is just, I think, an example of what John Kerry was talking about. Some of you know, but many of you maybe don't know, that the Episcopal Church USA owe a great debt of gratitude to the Scottish Episcopal Church. There is such a thing. And the reason is, after the American Revolution, King George was very upset about what had happened, probably more so than others in Britain, and he held a grudge about it. And he told the hierarchy, he said to the church, told the hierarchy that they were not to ordain anymore Episcopal bishops in America. We wanted to go our own way in all of this, and he disallowed it. So the families in America were casting around for how they would get the bishops ordained. They went to 3 non-jurant Episcopal bishops in Scotland. Non-jurant meaning that they refused to take the oath of allegiance to King George, had been in exile from Scotland. This is after the Jacobite Revolution, to the Jacobite Movement. And a delegation of American Episcopalians went to them, and that's the way the first bishops in independent America were ordained in the Episcopal Church. So that's a living bond between the Episcopal Church USA and the Scottish Episcopal Church. It's reflected in a number of ways in the liturgy, and it's honored every year in the curtain we have at the Washington National Cathedral, which is actually going to happen tomorrow. But a number of us have said to the Episcopal Church USA, we need to talk about that. It's an important Scottish connection, and it's a large denomination here in America. They don't do very much about that. I think it's an interesting piece of history. It's another major contribution of Scots to the American culture, and it's largely unknown. I'm going to
say something on that.
Yes, please.
I was an Episcopalian, and he said when my children were going through confirmation class in Texas, they were told that that Christianity was introduced to Britain by St. Augustine of Canterbury in 597. And, how King Gregory saw these little slave boys in the marketplace in Rome, and asked who they were, and so they were angles. So he said, no, angry, he said, angry. They're wonderful. You need to go ahead and go over to what was becoming England and convert these people. Well, 597 was actually also the year that St. Columba died. Okay, so Christianity was well established. You really have to be the balance to know this. But really, the Episcopal Church, in the way that it presents itself, doesn't seem to honor lands other than England in its heritage. And yes, southern England may have needed Augustine of Canterbury's introduction, but the north of England had been Christianized by Aidan, who came from Iona in Scotland. And the role of the Celtic Church is not traditionally honored the way it should be in the history of the Episcopal Church. So there. That's it. And we're not turning this into a church convocation. It's an interesting subject. I think it's an example of what we're talking about.
What resonated with me is the reference to what's done with the Irish. By way of illustration, last month I was in Philadelphia for the St. Patrick's Day dinner of the Society of Friendly Sons, which was founded in 1772 in Philadelphia. At that dinner was the Deputy Prime Minister of Ireland and the Consul General of Ireland. And they took this extremely seriously. The Irish, as was mentioned before, understand that a good portion of how Americans feel about Ireland comes from the relationship between the two. And it seems to me that if the Scottish government would like the same sort of relationship, and they should want to, they need to start reacting in much the same way that the Irish government does right now. So I think we could take a great number of lessons from how the Irish approach things. Now, granted, 50 years ago we didn't think about this sort of thing. 20 years ago we probably didn't. But the Irish have been doing it for 150 years. And since they became independent in the early 20th century, they've done even more. Parts of that were probably, and you're talking about funding the IRA. Insofar as the rest of it is concerned, the Irish take it very seriously. I'm Scots on my father's side and Irish on my mother's side. Both of her parents came away from Ireland. I had an Irish passport as well as the U.S. passport. So my Irish side takes that very seriously. My Scots side takes it very seriously too, but I'm not sure the Scottish government understands what they can get back to the notion of financial incentive by doing that. And for my part, I don't want the Scottish government telling us what to do because we wouldn't listen to the man. But technically, if they were more supportive and more visible, Ron, that's who I didn't know, I thought they did a pretty good job. I didn't know his predecessor, I know who. But if they were more visible and more interactive with what it is, I think we want to do culturally, it would be beneficial for both sides, and they would get the financial incentive that they seem to be looking for.
Can I add something to
That's Bill Bothell, by the way, for those of you who are on the feed. Yes.
I just want to add something. I grew up in a very large Irish Catholic community as an Episcopalian. They call me Catholic White. I don't know. But every household that you go into, and there's a lot in Augusta, Georgia, there's a photograph, a picture, a piece of wood, or something that they know came from their family plot, whether it did or not. I mean, it's like all the other things, but that's their anchor. And at the Masters Golf Tournament last week, they sent representatives that do kind of what Andrew does, their economic, social, and other representatives. And they had a gathering at a very nice house that they rented of about 300 people when I got there. So they are full set, economically involved. And what I do in the Army, I look at some remittances that go back. And with the exception of Mexico, more remittances go back to Ireland than any other country. Mexico sends back, or the people in here send $1 billion a month back to Mexico. It's not quite that much in Ireland, but it's the second largest. So there's a commitment there that you can't, you can't understand. So that's just the involvement that I see.
Michael Newton? You can use the mic, appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
I think these are very interesting comments, and I think the parallels, and comparisons and contrasts to Ireland are quite apt. And I hope to pick up on this in my discussion with Bruce a little bit later on about what does Scottish heritage mean, what's a good way to celebrate it. But certainly trying to take it seriously is really important. It's fun to dress up in kilts and tartans and throw things around on the field, and there's a place for fun and games. But if you want to take it seriously, there are things that you can do that are well-grounded historically, that are well-grounded socially, and which create a sense of community and a sense of engagement that people in Scotland take seriously. So there are things that can be done. I do want to also caution the idea that the only way to celebrate Scottish heritage is through looking through the lens of American contemporary culture. There are certainly things to be found there, but there are dangers in that as well. If you're only looking for the contribution of Scots to Presbyterian Church or to the Episcopal Church, you're going to be missing the bigger picture of who were Scots who came to North America, what did they think at the time was important about their identity and culture, what was their identity and culture. Plenty of them were Catholics. There's not a single Scottish identity that fits a single template. There's a diversity there, just as there is now in Scotland and in the States. So we have to be open to the range of historical and cultural realities and not try to project our own contemporary. We don't have a correct bigger picture. And I think the comments of the line earlier are correct. Let's take this right and take it seriously. If you want to dress up in costume, which I'm on, you can be a Vulcan, you can be a Jedi. That's all fun and games. That's great. But this is a real culture. This is a real history. And if you want to be taken seriously in Scotland, then take it seriously here.
And I think in fairness to the Scottish government, because it was a discussion I had with Susan Stewart when she first arrived in the Scottish Affairs Office, and I was then the president of the St. Andrews Society in D.C. She said, look, and this was off the record, she said, look, my job here is to promote Scottish interests in the country. It's primarily economic, it's also educational. We want Americans to study in Scotland. We want alumni of Scottish universities because they're going to be faithful and they're going to be generous. So we want that in America. And it's not that we're opposed to the heritage piece, but she said, my modern nation can't really deal with the Scotland of Victoria's time, Queen Victoria's time. She said, so if you're interested in engaging with modern Scotland, she was speaking to me as the president of the St. Andrews Society, if you're interested in engaging with it. If you're not, if you're just into the games or the heritage piece, that's fine. But my government is really not in a position to do much for you. That was a Labour government, and that was 12 years ago. With the current SNP government, for a while it was warmer, and now it seems to be chilly. And so maybe we can start that in some way. That was the point I was trying to make. Because we have a 12 to 14-year history of engagement with the Scottish government. We don't want to lose that. I'm going to ask Bruce to share some comments, and then we're going to open it up for questions. We have a good chunk of time. We're also going to deal with the Scotland a little bit at the end, but I don't think that's going to be a big piece of our discussion. So prepare your thoughts. I know you all have an opinion on this, so we'd like to hear what you have to say. Bruce?
Yeah, the economic arguments, but just in the light of the chunk that you were talking about, I remember asking someone here in North Carolina a few years ago, how come all these Presbyterian and Episcopalians you talk about, how come their descendants all seem to be Baptists? And he thought for a moment, spat his jaw, and said, that's because the Baptists walked through a Krishna card. The
Presbyterian couldn't come to the railways. And the Presbyterians didn't turn up until school because of these training service. There's the Presbyterians who get the salt fire and part of their trucks. Anyway, the serious point about the economic theme. I can tell you what the Scottish government's current diaspora engagement plan is. You can't put it like this. There's a diaspora, we'll engage with it, that's the plan. It doesn't really go much deeper than that. When you focus, you're absolutely right. It's all about identifying inward investment into Scotland from high net worth Americans, Australians, Canadians, etc. That's what we think it's all about. They haven't grasped the economic benefits of engaging with you guys. I tell you, if I persuaded someone in America to invest $1 million in a Scottish business, I'd be carried shoulder high in the Parliament building. If I persuade 1,000 of you to go and spend $1,000 each in Scotland, it just gets ignored. You don't see the economic benefit that comes with it. And if this is Scotland, there are two sports. They put out figures and say what the economic benefit of ancestral tourism, for example, is. And I got into trouble a few weeks ago. I was saying on BBC that it's an underestimate. They don't ignore that number. It's a much bigger number than they think. They have not grasped the economic power that you people wield, and you should remind them of that. Yeah? I'll remind you of that, you should remind them of that. Go walk about outside Scotland, everyone's got a big dollar sign.
John, ask you.
Say something about education. You know, there's not a university that's got a study program. No.
There are a lot of chapters of Scottish universities here in the States, alumni association, that he's talking about here. A lot of our clan societies have scholarship programs where young Scots to study here, young Americans to study there, and that's all great. He's talking about something else. He's talking about the Scottish Friends program in America. John, do you have some comments? Then we're going to take a break. We're going to hear a little music. I'll give you an opportunity to use the line. Don't leave the building. Come on back and we'll wrap up this session and then we'll go.
I've been intrigued by this because I wake up in the middle of night sometimes thinking about why not. Talking about the virtues of America, you all know this, everybody knows this is a growing part of the American population, wakes up every morning, looks in the mirror, and knows exactly what they came from. A lot of us look in the mirror, we don't know where we came from about that being really bad. And part of their experience is they believe that they were Vietnamese, Thai, African American, slave descendants. They believe they were Mexican, Cuban, every kind of thing in the world. But their reality is skewed with it because they have Scottish, a lot of them have Scottish blood. I was at Estes Park, Colorado, which means that there one time here comes the family money up to me, and it was rain, killed two little children living in a wife. They didn't look like they were from around here. They were from Samoa because the Scottish sailor jumpship, 2 generations back or 3, and they were named back in this. I'm saying, they said, what do I do with the Samoan? I was staying in a hotel in Cimarron, Mexico, 2 years ago. With all the Boy Scouts out there, Vermont Scouts. I walking the old hotel, been there about 100 years. It's right up the road from where, I can't think of his name now, had a ranch back in the 1800s. Walking in, look at the picture on the wall, there's absolutely the picture of my father when I was 65 years old. James and I went and so yes. And I looked at it and I said, that's just an image of my dad. And I asked around, and turned out he was an employee in the Pancho Villa during the Revolution. He was taken in 1910, I believe, in El Paso, in the What was he doing there? A mechanic working with Pancho Villa. They were in Mexico. I think I know how we got there, it's a long story. Couple of other thoughts. We have had members from Samoa, as I said, in Japan. We have members in South Africa, in Russia. We are spread all over the world. This is a nice. This is a very small, semi-insignificant plan. Talk about education. I'm going to try a few things. I was on a school board for 16 years in Austin, Texas. I served as the president of the Texas Association of School Boards. Education, what is tested is what is taught. Keep that in mind. We can't go into the classrooms and let's talk about Scottishness. It just will not happen. What we have to do as individual plan leaders, we have to get behind a push to volunteer ourselves. Go and kill to a school, do a presentation on it. For 1 hour, fifth grade class every 2 months. That's the way we get the word out to these children. You know what the national dish of Scotland is? Chicken tikka masala. Believe me. Our diaspora strategy should not be tied in any way to governments because government shift dramatically sometimes. We have to manage this ourselves from here. We have to reach back and say, folks, I know you don't care much about this kill business and all this heritage business, but we do. We want to be part of this team to make it important in Scotland as well as here. But we also need to make it important up here to the right. Teach the children to tell people what is the truth. It's that's the point. That's the road out in the past. This celebrates I've had these two people come up and say, hey, how about you? Jesus. You look up and say, yeah, that's what it is. It's a volunteer sheet. And I've explained to them what it takes. I don't know all the ins and outs, but it's not just volunteering. If you're a volunteer, some volunteer posts to 10. That's what I like. I can go on.
There's a gentleman over here had his hand up in the floor, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back, and everybody's going to have a chance to talk. So hold your thoughts. So it's just
Thanks, Chairman. Sorry, I just wanted to make a small comment. I'm Frank Davidson, past president actually of the Scottish Australian Heritage Council.
That's right, the people on the feet.
Oh, sorry. Frank Davidson, past president of the Scottish Australian Heritage Council. So I'd just like to endorse everything that Malcolm Buchanan said about some of it here. But typically when we ask you to feel welcome in your business, I know Sir Malcolm is on his way in the future to come to Australia. I really wanted to make a comment apropos of John Hughes saying about the Samoans and the other people that he's accepted into the Indigenous Society. In the Scottish Australian Heritage Council, we recently appointed an Aboriginal liaison. So, now, mind you, it's not easy to find a person who's going to do that sort of thing. But this lady is extremely proud of the Scottish part of her heritage, and she's put us in touch with Aboriginal clan people who identify their Aboriginal clan and their Scottish clan. So it's quite an innovation, quite a development, and I just wanted to say it's happening somewhere else. Thank you.
Clark, Scott has an announcement. We're going to break. We're going to hear some music. We're going to use some plumbing. We're going to come back. Okay? 5 minutes. Clark.
It's not so much an announcement, but I wanted to interject a comment about some of the activity that COSCA has been undertaking on your behalf. And I thought it was relevant to some of the remarks earlier. That is, the Scottish community in the United States really hasn't defined itself enough. That's one of the missions COSCA is hoping to improve. We did a study, I ran to statement developing analysis, and it turns out the Scots are the 8th largest ethnic in the United States. And that was a surprise to us, and I think maybe perhaps many of you, we're among all of the ethnic groups in the United States, we're the only one that doesn't have a center or any kind of institution to promote that heritage. Some of those communities have multiple centers. And I think that's an objective that COSCA has undertaken, which really accounts for 100 years. We opened a dialogue with the historical people to see to explore the opportunity of establishing just that type of center here, called home, which would enable COSCA to better support and help create a unified Scottish American community.
Could I ask David Pickens and they don't know where to come up here? Or you want to play the back there?
Well, we've got a dancer. So we've got a dancer. We're trying to find meetings here. So
Okay, don't step on the dancer's toes as you go to the plumbing, but try to back and it's fine. Sorry?
Express something which is quite interesting. All right, yeah.
How'd that work?
So I guess today. Well, that's what as soon as he said, I've got bits and plans, yeah, that's the way to do it.
That goes with that.
I always felt that. I always see that. It was I'm very lucky.
Not
Let me hear you preach, and maybe you criticize the democracy. He just did that. I would have done that. There's still a number of for the consensus, There's a lot of getting it.
You guys are friends of the average. We're trying to look at the sidewalk.
Right? But probably not that because we're going to do that beautiful thing. We're going to sit, get me glad.
We're going to reconvene the discussion. And so Malcolm has offer at this stage, and I'm going to open it up for discussion. But I did promise people from the Open Society that I point out there are other very interesting publications that Scott available for Don and the table over there. Don, is there something you'd like to say or do you think about this? Thank you for
I had a publication put together a number of years ago. The artwork was sent by a Georgia Society for schools. I made scanned copies of it. Anybody wants to send me an email, I can get a copy. And also went with that. Available for $6 a piece. Really good children's and adults program on Harold.
Thank you, Don. Ryan did remind me that I said I had some copies that I'm going to send this paper about how we asked for this, we asked for plan. I've got about 20 of them that I would like one. I'll tell you what, I'll make them available back there.
so that we don't have unfavorable trying to talk. And
They're also available on the website.
they are available on the website as well. Yes, so now,
I think what I've just sort of gained so far is very much this Irish experience of the way they conduct their diaspora relations, the real lessons here for those that want to take them. Harking back to the Building Critics Conference in Edinburgh, which is run by the Asian Studies Institute, we had, or there were top businessmen from Scotland, Sir Brian Souter, there was the head of Facebook from Europe, and a few other notables of that ilk. But the most popular man was somebody called Kingsley Aikens, who's the diaspora consultant, and he stood up and talked about heritage for half an hour and how important it was in terms of relationship building with the overseas team. And there indeed was a savage investment. But there is a solution, perhaps, to this, and it's to, in some ways, copy the Irish. Kingsley made no bones about it by the fact that they copied us being what is done here in America and in Scotland. I mean, classic example is Gathering 2009, which is loved by the overseas but had problems back home. But from an Irish perspective, they said the diaspora loved it. Right, how can we replicate that in Ireland? They didn't replicate it exactly, but they just did it in a slightly different way. They took the theme gathering people, fans, families, and friends, and the network. So there are lessons to be had, and I think probably the Irish experience seems to be the one to sort of focus on. There is, of course, with Ireland, the difference that they are a completely independent country, and that may be a plus point for them and the way in which they can promote their cultural heritage more successfully to the Irish government. That's why we heard from Bill that the Deputy Minister for Overseas Affairs went to dinner.
The Deputy Prime Minister.
The Deputy Prime Minister, exactly. So, there we go.
So we're going to open it up for questions. I'm going to ask you to do two things. First of all, to use the microphone so that the people who are connected to the feed can hear you, and also to state your name. John, do you have anything else? Okay, so we're going to do that. John, here.
Hello, I'm Mark Stevenson, I'm from Panic College, but I'm also representing the Outbuilding Society of Cincinnati. Our society's badge uses a belt. And in light of the comments that I heard this morning about our heritage and getting it right, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts. Do you think we should update our badge and limit it because we have no chief for employee?
Sounds like a line, and anyone involved in that discussion. So now you want to step on that or step in there?
Okay.
Okay, what are the aims and objectives of the club?
To promote Scottish heritage and culture.
And what it is, right, well, that's great. What is it you exactly want to do?
Well, I'm considering going back to our board of directors and saying that because we are a society and do not have a clan chief, that it might be a better way of getting our badge right to remove the strap and buckle.
Well, you can do whatever you like with your badge, providing you don't claim that it's something that it isn't. So you might want to put a logo or something like that.
It doesn't matter then.
No. So long as you're not promoting it as an official development device of some sort. And there are plenty of the American Climate Society what might be returned the logo until they actually manipulated arms. And other societies have done that. And non-clan societies have done that.
What about the society?
Absolutely. Good point.
That's what we did. We have arms.
So why also see the solution with
be for the society just to matriculate along one underlying court as other associations have done.
Chapman, sorry. That's okay.
The president is standing back in those organizations. But I think most of you probably know that when you look at branches, we've got a lot of branches here, Hamburger Society and so on, they usually have this strap and buckle around them, and they have a crest in the middle. And I think it's easy to assume that therefore all Scottish branches must look like that. But they don't have to. The reason those two are, if what you're doing when you have a badge like that with a strap and buckle around it and the crest in the middle, is you're honoring a particular armature as your chief. And you have the chief's crest inside the strap and buckle that carries his motto. Of course, the communist status would think therefore that clans or organizations typically have clan arms or clan mottos. Typically, those are the chief, and if you did not have the strap and buckle around it, then it would be akin to some kind of identity fraud and get the whole down because you'd be effectively stealing somebody's identity, the person whose identity you'd be stealing in effectively the chief. So that's why that arrangement goes on. But if you don't have a chief, then you can't be stealing anybody's identity. Therefore, you don't need to wrap it up and snap the buckle and show your loyalty to a particular armature that way. And so, but it is the case that individual societies and other organizations can also apply for arms. It doesn't have to be individuals, and landlord will entertain submissions and applications for arms by societies. And so that's a great way to go.
And Carol Stevenson had a completely different track. Perhaps this is for you. I've been fortunate to visit Scotland once, going back again in the middle of June for 2 weeks. When we were there last time, there seemed to be almost a tension with the lovely, friendly Scottish people, but it was hard for them to understand the love that we have for Scotland. They would say, well, you're American, don't you love America? Well, yes, of course I do. But I also feel this deep love and want to know more about this country and my heritage and my ancestors that seemed to be hard for them to understand. So perhaps one possibility would be to figure out more ways to communicate even to the people of Scotland why we Americans and Australians and New Zealanders and whoever do what we do when we want to visit Scotland. And that when we wear these harness, we're not dressing up in a costume. We're wearing part of our heritage. It means something very powerful to us.
Well, very quickly, I'd say yes, in Scotland, we somehow do a much better job of appreciating why it is people come on the ancestral trail and to find their roots and where their families came from. And it is a completely misunderstood area by Scots themselves. One of the things that happened at Bannockburn last year was the number of Scots that were there that really came to that Bannockburn reenactment and festival that didn't appreciate or realise the sheer number of overseas ancestral Scots that there were. And they didn't really understand who the clans were and what they'd done. There's a big weakness, and it's an area that somehow has to be addressed. And I'm not sure how to do that. There are other people that do have ideas, I know that and does know. But it is a good point, and it's a weakness on the Scottish part, on our part, that somehow understand, people need to understand better the needs and requirements of the overseas diaspora.
I remember meeting my Scottish cousins in '87 for the first time, and
trying to strike up that kind of relationship, and they said, well, you know, your grandfather left. So just go on. So we didn't go to that side of the moon, we could still talk to each other, but it didn't seem that ever crossed our mind. Have correspondence with their American cousins.
So just a couple things to follow up on what you said just now and stuff that was on Twitter that I've been following. One thing, just want to get the number right. Is $70,000 that is available for planning events in Scotland. That money's not, the money's there. If we don't have our cousins trying to spend it in the ways that it's going to help clients and help the diaspora, it's just not going, it's just going to be there for naught. And another thing that I want to share with everybody else is everybody knows how important iron is in Scotland. This is from last year, where they put the plantains on bottles of iron. And as a matter of fact, I had a friend of mine from Inverness find a Clan Parkinson bottle. He took the label off and sent it to me. How many other people in the spring who are actively environmentally involved with our clans have no idea about it? So we just need to do a little bit better job of looking at what the Scots are doing, and maybe we can help get the economic stuff going too, so we can have good heritage stuff.
Well, the £70,000 available is actually a Scottish Government initiative that was initially started with a group of the Highland Clans Partnership based around Inverness, and it's expanded into involvement with Standing Council Chiefs and the COSCA, because it is discussed at length from the Great Clans Forum. And there is an appreciation within areas of Scottish government, in the tourism sector of the government, by having the Minister of Tourism, the Scottish clans and families play an important part. Therefore, there is funding, clan, family gatherings. And Clan Regulatory advanced it last year, and I think we're about 10 clans doing it in the next financial year. So there is a considerable amount of hope here. And I think it's probably pushing the point home to those allies of ours that are in Scottish government, there are allies. And there are those who don't fully understand this. There are people like Folks and Johnson who are very much on the side. The money came from Johnson.
So get your share of established money, because they want their share of yours. There's some folks in the back. Yes, ma'am. Yes. I'm going to pass the microphone over to you. And you can then just hand it off to somebody else. So I don't have to do that.
I'm Anna Delzori. I'm with the Healing Family today. I want to talk about perspective. Building on what Mr. McKenna said and Mr. McKenna. If you are a Scottish person, born in Scotland, your family has been born in Scotland, as far back as you know, you don't understand what it means to be Scottish when you're not there. Everybody is a mongrel. And even the American Indians in the 21st century are largely mongrels. So the American is to not really know just exactly what your roots are. And if you're Scottish, you don't have that problem. So that's the perspective issue I'm talking about. That's why, especially if you don't care about history. And there are people like that who don't care about history. They don't care about any of that. So why? They don't understand people who do. That's all I have to say.
I remember meeting a fellow in Scotland, his name was McGregor, who was at a McGregor gathering. Just met him on the street, and I said, "Are you a member of the Clan Society?" He said, "No, why should I be? My name is McGregor, I live in Scotland, I don't need any of that stuff." So, yes, sir.
John McKinney, Clan McKinney, one of their workers. My question is,
the next chief, what is the same council's position on getting claims that don't have chiefs or that have assistant chiefs more active on the same council?
Well, actually, it's quite simple. We give you an example of McIntyre's. We have a representative of the chief of the Standing Council called Ian McIntyre, and he is an arbiter, and he is the chief representative of the Standing Council. The chief doesn't want anything to do with us, he doesn't want anything to do with his family. Fair enough, it's pretty well do what we want. But basically, he has agreed that Ian, via another American, can represent him on our Standing Council. That's going to get around it. Now, I have actually written something in Canada I thought very well. Sorry, is it? Yeah. And you have to get the chief to agree to have a representative on the Standing Council, and then it's fine. And he or she is the representative of the chief. And McIntyre says, there are a couple of others, and we used to have Napier. When old Lord Napier, before he died, he was seven representatives, it's not a problem. But he died, and now his son, who is very keen, is now on the Standing Council, is representing the Napiers, and they don't need any representative.
If we're not even going for a claim that does not have a chief, for us, if we do not get that association with the current chief, is there any avenues for us to have? The reason it's been big for us this year is for the last year we get paid for them and have been working to get Karen that does removal and at Castle Mall on Iona or on the Sky. And working through Scottish government without that head person to kind of charge for us, it's been very hard to get through the Scottish government, on your trust, local authorities, to get that conversation started.
Well, in the case of clans and families that do not have an acknowledged chief or commander, there is a problem. And we could go out of there and say, like, anybody from any family which is whether he's alive. The problem with that is we then start having people on the Standing Council who are not chiefs or commanders. And we can go down that route, but then we're on the Standing Council as chiefs. And what are we? And so leaving that aside, our view, certainly executives, is to be as helpful as possible to those clans and families that cannot fulfill that criteria. And I have a lot of interaction and email exchanges with people that fit in that bracket. And maybe there is a need for yet another body to encompass all these people in capacities as stewards. They don't have chief, they don't have commanders. There is one branch of the steward that they've done questioning, and that's stewards of that. They don't have a representative, they could be on the Standing Council. But stewards of, I don't know, Black House, no. Because there's a small branch of stewards. So it's a complicated area, and although I'm very open to ideas and discussion and all the rest of it, I have to keep the council with me and not go off the tangent too much.
Has there ever been a discussion to engage those clans, maybe an organization as such, and have a representative?
Well, not really. Not outside these sort of meetings. I mean, it was in Edinburgh in 2009, and we certainly discussed it when I was back in 2013. It is a problem of the Standing Council, and as I say, we could open it up to everybody, but then we're on the Standing Council, so chiefs and whatnot.
I would say there's probably, well, there is, well, contemplated there. A number of those chiefless clans or families are members of the council. We encourage them to do it. And I think there's some technical assistance that we can give.
Should you speak into the microphone so the people would actually pick you up?
Right.
I'm saying that's an old COSCA. That's something the COSCA can do, wants to do, does do. Is to be a home for those planting members which exist. And the number of members, there's technical assistance available, and some other things that go with belonging. So I would encourage them to start that. That's not a legal process, but that's certainly an association you think about.
That's fine. I enjoy everything everyone's saying.
Let me just say one very quick point, is that since the development of the relationship between the Sandy Council and COSCA, as John has said, we can handle this problem via COSCA, because we now have a very good close relationship with a much wider range of family groups.
My name is Ellen Porter. I just wanted to share, there's been several different candidates here, and my brain is flying, but I just wanted to share some of my own personal experiences with talking with people here in America and in Oklahoma to Scotland. I was fortunate, both times I went to Scotland to stay on to my beach time because I stayed with friends. People that me, people that me, as to say, they gave me clothes on a couple occasions. So, and I really got to spend time just hanging out with people, not just the touristy stuff. And I encountered some of what Stevenson was talking about. I did encounter some of that. But for the most part, that wasn't my experience. My experience was that Scottish people are interested in Scottish culture in America because that's what happened. We have our own culture. We still revere our Scottish heritage. We revere that legacy that makes us who we are today. But we are inherently different in many ways. And we do, especially in the South here. We kind of set up our own Ulster Scots type of heritage here. And I found that the Scottish people, they wanted to know about Kingstown. They wanted to know about the Civil War. They want to know about our gatherings. Because many of them, they don't get to come. So many people say, grandfather mountain, that's not going to come up with this. So there is that interest. There is. And they do want to understand why we are so connected. I encounter people who say, oh, wear your things dressed up, have fun, you don't really know what it's like to be Scottish. I encounter that, and I'll tell you, I said, and then on this side, I encounter so many people who are thrilled to find out they have Scottish heritage. There is a pride that people have. I've seen it on their faces. They realize, I have Scottish heritage. And just like Ms. Rankin is speaking about, sometimes they don't look Scottish. You run into that. People say, well, you don't look Scottish. But what is that? So on this side, we also need to do everything we can to foster that love of heritage, not just from across the pond centuries ago, but what we've done here. What we have done, the foundation that we're laying, 13, 20 generations of our that was basically the color of our own generation. What Scots and Ulster Scots did at Kingstown, these things, these younger people especially need to know this, and they are interested. They do want to know. We've got to find the platform. We've got to find a way to get through to them, to give them a way to celebrate these heritages, and to bring Scots, Ulster Scots, Canadians, Americans, to bring us all together to do that. And what I'm also finding, disrespecting, what I'm just trying to give you my perspective from what I gleaned from people. A lot of younger people are not interested in clan crests and badges and the whole, what they see as a hierarchical sort of feudal type of system. They're interested in the familial thing, the community thing. They're more interested in, like I said, the American type of ideal of what a clan is. And, I have a lot of Appalachian roots, and And when I was in Scotland, a lot of people would ask me about that. Is Appalachian Service as clannish as we hear? Oh, yes, someone's finding out. We're pretty much, yeah, we are. But not in the same sense of a structure, clan structure system. So I think some of the things that I'm hearing here, a lot of ways to reach the younger people, to get more interested in joining their clans, to come to these events, is maybe not so formal. Maybe it's more informal that we need to look at to draw younger people in. To the history they have here. There's a lot here we have to be proud of as Scots. It's not just my Covenanter roots, which I'm very proud of. It's not just Culloden, it's not just Bannockburn. It is here. These roots here, as Scottish Americans, Ulster South Americans. And there's another thing I'm saying. There are so many people I encounter who think they're Irish. They're not. Once I get talking to them, they're Ulster Scots. And many times, I have some friends. I have a good friend who is born in Belfast. His dad is from Belfast. His mother's from Glasgow, Scotland. And so he lives here now. And he says, so many times as an Ulster Scot, he feels left out when he goes to events here. And I think that's another thing we need to try to maybe pull in and recognize is the fabulous Ulster Scot heritage that America has and the roots that we have in Ulster as well. And to speak to the situation with the government, while I was there, I actually had a chance to speak with the then First Minister, Alex Salmon, and had a wonderful talk with him. And it is true. He was very, very welcoming and open to a friendship, not just a business friendship, a friendship between our nations. And I spoke with him at that time about how I had been into travel agencies and things just to check out what are Scots offered to come here. It's the big cities. You don't hear about coming to the South. They don't get the Bourbon Trail in Kentucky. They don't get Grandfather Mountain. They don't get Stone Mountain. They don't get Tartan Day South. They don't get these things. And so we're both missing out there. And in reverse, I have found that there are a lot of people in this country who do not know what the Presbyterian, I've got a lot of Presbyterians in here, but the Presbyterian heritage is here. The Covenanter Wars that people don't know, they don't understand. And I've been trying, and my friends up here have been trying to help educate a lot of fellow Americans on that time in history and the impact it had on our nation. Okay? So I knew I talked too much. But what I was going to say is, we need to also promote everybody. Instead of just promoting Edinburgh, Glasgow, Inverness, we need to also promote Southwest Scotland. We need to promote some other types of sort of heritage type tours. Does that make sense? Do you see where I'm coming from? Okay. I'm sorry I talked too long.
I think we also friends, and I appreciate them all. We're into the home stretch. We've got 10 minutes. I see a hand here. Malcolm Buchanan from Australia wants to say something. Mike from California wants to say something. Once you come up.
I believe you celebrate Partner Day on a different day from Canada and the US. Partner Day? But it says on Australia, yesterday. Sorry. I'm sorry, we're on Australia. I'm in Australia.
Yeah, 1st of July.
1st of July. Is it on your calendar?
No.
Why?
Well, to put it on the calendar would make it an official observation, and it is not a government recognized official observation in Australia.
So, in the US, it's been passed by the Senate, it's been passed by the House, and President Bush for a proclamation. Why is it not on the calendar? Everybody know what March 17th is? Yeah. It's on the calendar, isn't it? It's on every calendar. There's one calendar in the U.S. One last college association that has April 6th as Friday on it. I rest my case.
Clearly, there's work to be done. Want to hear from Michael and Bruce, and then Malcolm Buchanan in Australia wants to offer a thought, and then we're going to start.
Wait, before you speak, if those of you that do follow Twitter, the live tweet use hash mark Scottish Caucus 2015. Okay.
Just a few quick comments. It's been said often that the Scots don't get why Americans are so interested in their heritage and tradition. And I just want to relate a short myth about the American Revolution. And it's 250 years ago this month that the lights went up built by church, and Paul Revere on his famous slide and said, actually, he never said that British would come. They were all British who had been saying nothing. So what he really said was the regulars are coming. The regulars are coming. But because everybody identified themselves, the British was no value to saying that they're British. And I relate that back to your question. Why the Scots and British don't get it? They're Scots. They don't need the same things. So I think we kind of relate to it. The other comment is addressing the people's plans. There is a need of doing that. It takes a very, very long process. In our own instance, we've been at it some 16 years, and earlier this month we presented our petition to the council under the direction of the Warren Court. So there's a legal process that allows for that ultimate recognition, hopefully, to be get.
I was just saying what I was going to say. Two things. Well, first of all, if you want to start fighting an Irish bar, just remind them that the St. Patrick's Society in New York and St. Patrick's Day celebrations were started by obstacles of Jesus Christ. Well, fun with that on next week. Secondly, he said, what you do to Scotland, what do you get offered by a total but also when you get parts and trial, you get a full there are enough people out there in Scotland who want to give you an authentic tour based on your specific reality. If you're a mail share, I'll be a tour for the Warriors there. Send it to me and I'll happily tell you who these tour companies are and how you can get them. Okay?
And you'll be hearing more from Bruce during the course of the weekend. We're going to talk to him about all sorts of things, including heritage tours and turnover. Let's see what Malcolm Buchanan has to say in Australia, and then we're going to adjourn for lunch. I'm going to ask to remind you all, please go to the silent auction table and take a look at what's there. I hope you bid on it before you do it.
Thank you, John. One of the issues that we try and tackle here is the issue of Highland titles. Is it much of an issue in the States? Is the first part of the question. The second part is how are you then dealing with trying to address that issue there? And the third part is does the Standing Council have a clear statement that perhaps they can provide to help us? Thank you.
I think that was just enough.
About the Life to Highland Titles group that is selling plots of land
well, there's a business, wholesale business, titles com, Advertisers Limited, that sells plots of land, 1 square foot up to square something or other. And for that, you get a piece of paper saying you put this up and there and code. And it costs you £30 up to £400 depending on the size of the land. Now this has been investigated quite extensively in Scotland. And first point on titles, you don't need a piece of paper on the Scottish law to put yourself to bed. If you want to put yourself to bed in Timbuktu, go right ahead. It's not a problem, it's perfectly legal. So why go ahead and buy it? The second point is, there can only be one land, one place. So if what Highland Titles has done, which has sold some 100,000 of these titles, there are 100,000 layers of Glen Coe. Well, that's patently ridiculous. The third point is the actual place where these plots of land are being sold. I say that in inverted commas, it's about 2 miles from Glen Coe. It's only near Glen Coe, in fact, it's called Europe. The fourth point is that in Scotland, and they do the same here, to actually buy land, you need to go through a process called conveyance. It physically has to be transferred from the owner to the purchaser. So even though the person who has bought his square foot of land ultimately from Advertisers is not the owner, Highland Titles is still the owner. And the final point on it is there's big questions over the money trail. Because guess what? Highland Titles are based offshore. Channel Islands and probably other groups as well for Island Islands. So the Standing Council at this stage is not involved in commenting publicly about this sort of thing, or will have to comment privately. And in fact, I did comment publicly on old Scotland's website about the title aspect, but not about the land aspect. Plenty of lawyers in Scotland have commented on this land aspect, and they have said their bit. And the lawyers have had the last laugh on this court, etc.
Perhaps a line you want to add last word. Anything you care to say? And if no comment, that's fine too.
I suppose I just want to put any comment I have to make. But I have just one issue to say about the Sylvia plot issue. And that if I receive any more letters asking me to recognize titles on the basis of souvenir plots, I think I'm really going to dark and ruin my day. It appears to me, without making any comment about the business side of this, you have to be joking if you think you bought a £30 plot or $50 plot and you obtain a title. And remember, these titles are part of the noble heritage of Scotland, and it seems to be that we need to be very careful about how they're handled. And it seems to me that it's part of actually losing some of the heritage if we get into too much debate about it. So I will comment to me, but please don't write to me once you've bought them, guys, if you recognize that. And also, I was quoting some articles saying that as the analysis, which is quite great. And you only own the land once it's been actually put into the land registry. And then at no time during that period to be able to own the land in this process. If, however, it's a bit of fun, and I own a bit of a rainforest in South America, because I'm interested in actually the environmental issues there, then that seems to be something that people can do. But I think there needs to be a greater cause for it, and in this case, the South American example that I bought allegedly was increase the environmental issues. And so I think there are other parties that can do in this area. But,
if I could just add that, I think the key distinction is between the fact that you can call yourself absolutely anything you like. You can be detailed, you can be current basic, but that doesn't mean that you can expect other people or require other people to address you or treat you in a certain way. And I think what's really unfortunate about some of the victims some of these programs. And I genuinely do think that it just means that everybody now needs to address it in a certain way. And unfortunately, they're not going to. So there is a statement on this in the frequently asked questions on the side of the website, and we do quote the line forward on this. They have a statement on it too. And so I would encourage those people to hang on to it well.
Silent auction.
Mention the silent auction one more time. Please go over there. I think we have some very interesting things and bid on that.
This is a better use of your money.
It is a good use of that. Those are very worthy of us. It's not offshore. So we're going to get you to do that. We're going to break for lunch. Lunch is being served. It's right there. You're tasty. Our tape will be back here by 1 p.m. session.
I'll ask if I'll ask to see how long the break is. It's usually about 5 minutes or so. But I know that he's going to switch his internet connection to see if he can get a better one.
Okay, terrific. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no problem. So Susan, I'm not sure. So what we're doing is we hopefully, because what was interesting, so Bartley, his audio was really good when he spoke, but then I don't know why everyone else's audio wasn't very good. I heard some artifacting or like you know, in the people's voices who we were trying to listen to, and it might have to do with internet connection. But I've also looked to see at the nearest Best Buy to see if we can get like see if we can get a different microphone like hooked up somewhere.
Right. Yeah. Okay. No, not a problem. Yeah, it was really quite variable there for a time, and somebody was just so clear in one spot, whether it's the dynamics of the room with the microphone or not, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. It was really interesting.
Gentlemen, I suspect we're still broadcasting. Hello to the world.
Yes.
Oh. Hi, Susan.
Hello, everyone out there that's watching the live stream. We were just chatting a little bit about trying to make our audio better. So we're going to try to get that done for this afternoon. And then don't forget, we're going to be doing this again on Saturday and Sunday for the scheduled workshops. You can find the times for all of that at www.cosca.scot.
It's all in my history, all these legends, myths, yeah. They got inspiration from within history, the whole thing, yeah, again, all of that is, has to be for films like The Hills of Eyes and things. It's all there.
No, it can't, it's just how Davis.
Okay, now the other one, go to the next one. Motivation.
Engaging kids. 10 years ago, we began coming here. 4 kids I brought. They have not missed a year, and now this year we begin.
He's been busy.
High school is beyond their friends now because it's a social event. They don't come to see the music. They come to participate in the historical center out here and just to be fellowshipping with other people.
It's interesting. Sometimes it's not a very good cultural. It's funny motivation. Professional genealogists tell me we hate to move as far as the past and the rest of the we think you are, right? Because basically it's chronology to the fact. And the same way, archaeologists hate when marine biologists hate us, probably don't just hate Jurassic Park. Historians hate very well the big food stuff. But none of us can deny that the shines spotlight on this area of abuse. I think folks are going to get more engaged with things like everyone with Ray, some Ray session. Something will happen. There may happen to us here, but we really see we can do that. And finally, the thing before we set the stage.
Maybe you wrote the name of that extension. Because
On
I know in TSU and Maryville, there are Appalachian Studies departments that often deal with scholarship issues and scholarship plans in Appalachia, North Carolina.
Yeah. And finally, when we talk on Monday, it happens. Something like that.
As far as what they do is since students and scholars in the summer, they do a short summer course or something. There's no resident out there that does such.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to take literally a 5-minute break because we're running short. I know people probably need to go to the bathroom. We're going to set on the 5-minute break and come back. We have 2 really good presentations coming up. By the way, while you're on break, take a minute to look at some of the treasures and then on for the silent auction because that's what is going to help fund your future causes. Small things go a long way, so take a look at the silent auction things.
Let's our seats and we'll see our conference this afternoon. For Mr. Ford, close the
That's fine. I mean, I can sit up here. Where the other mic is? I know where the other mic is.
The same guy. Okay, we're going to get started here, and those of you who see us, before we start with our speakers here for just a minute and a half, 1 to 2 minutes, I work with the government. We've got everything short. Okay?
So do I.
You've got it. So I'm going to have everything John or John Cochran, and he's got a few things he'd like to say. Because our battery's getting weak, I'm going to let him project.
Okay, can everybody hear me fine? Yes. Okay, I promise I'm a government employee, so I'll be brief, brilliant, and be gone. The first thing I wanted to bring up was to kind of build on what Sir Malcolm was talking about, one question about private plan. Curious plan, how to chieftain, how do I get some representation on to the standing council, which was, I thought was a very good question. I'm going to go ahead and add to what Sir Malcolm was saying on saying COSCA really is the organization, it's a great organization to have your voice heard at the standing council. In the last year, 2 years, COSCA has developed a much more robust relationship with the standing council, to the point that yours truly, thank God I thought was the youngest guy in the room, but yours truly sat in Edinburgh for a luncheon with, Russell and Malcolm and others to discuss many issues we have with diaspora, clan issues, etc. So I encourage everyone to use COSCA for that reason. Really work them. The second thing I wanted to bring up was building upon Dr. Gerber talking about, and others, is the outreach program. And it's something I've been working on since I came into Clan Cochran and doing some of the leadership positions. When a species no longer produces young, it goes extinct. This ethnic group is the same way. We're not reaching out to young people. You will go extinct. You will become a footnote in history, as we've already heard of in American history. That is a crucial thing for people to be out there. And I'm going to tell you right now that young people that are out there are looking for those things. Some sort of meaning, some sort of, hey, I belong to this group, an identification. Now is a perfect time. And I say that only because our culture, but you have a wonderful marketing different Outlander, great. The list goes on and on and on. And while they're fanciful or not realistic, they are still marketed and people are interested. So reach out there to them. And then the third thing I've got is small plan initiative. We'll talk a lot more on Sunday. But one of the things that COSCA can do is reach out to those small plans. We're defining it still, looking whether it's American-based or however. But coming to a small plan, we realize it's hard doing fundraising. It's hard getting out to the games. These games I pay for out of my own pocket. It's what it is. How can we do better? So these are some of the things we'll discuss on Sunday on getting those small plans engaged and getting our name out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Are we live again, Marley?
We're live.
We're live. I'm going to introduce our next couple of speakers. Well, next speaker is going to go over about a half hour. And she's got a video. Let me introduce her first. It's really nice to talk to her. Before we got started, as I was saying, one of the fiddlers that I play with is from North Rollesay in the Northeast, because simply that's where you're from. And she goes, what's his name, Scott? And I said, yes. She knows Kelvin. She knows this great filmmaker that's in Knoxville that is also a fantastic player. And I said, do you know Kelvin? She goes, no, just everybody on the island is named Scott. So I guess Dr. Drury would have an easy time with genealogy. This is probably one of those family trees that doesn't work too much. So nobody is just going to see it. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Donna and she is at the University of the Highlands in the Northeast, and I'm just going to let her pick it up from here. She has an audio-visual on which she's going to start out with, and she's going to go for about 30 minutes, and we'll have a little bit of time hopefully to take questions at the end. And we'll take a short break. I may be able to go to my little player and play some movie again. and then we'll have 40. So here we go.
Thank you very much, folks. First of all, I just culture as a good afternoon and tuning greetings from all of you. Give me okay with this. I've been interested this morning in technology. This is very nice for me to actually see American students in the flesh. Normally I see all my American students on the video conferencing. As we teach students across the world. If you get a few conferences, okay. Okay. That's great. So I'd like to thank COSCA for asking me to come along today and talk about one of my favorite subjects. It's not the only thing I study, but it's certainly a pretty sexy topic, and that's the Vikings. Now, very little is known about the Norse in Scotland, and with all these perceptions that we have about them, we find that most of them, we say Vikings, and it's not the term I'm going to be using for very much longer in this talk. We're really thinking about something a little bit like this. Now, we hope this technology is going to work.
Vikings, Europe of the 8th and 9th century, were dedicated to a pagan god of war, Odin. Trapped by the confines of their barren ice-bound borderlands, they exploited their skill and shipbuilders to spread the reign of terror, then unequal in violence, brutality, or records. The greatest wish of every Viking is to die sword in hand, death of our honor, where a hero's welcome awaits from the god Odin. The compass was unknown. They could steer only by the sun and the stars. Once thought was the cruel and terrible blind. After all, we lived it was flat, sailed with our course. The black wind would blow them across the poison sea that lay in the west, over the edge of the world, to them.
I'm sure you recognize that that's the beginning part of the film Vikings, with Kirk Douglas and Tony Curtis. Actually, I've been in that film for a lot of what I do today. Very impressionable person, I saw that. However, not entirely accurate, I'm afraid. So what I'd like to do in the next little while is to look at perceptions of the Norse of Scotland, to look at misconceptions, to look at the truth of what actually happened, and the legacy that we have that really contributes to our personalities and characteristics as Scots today. There we go. Now, one of the most popular quotes ever used about the Vikings is from the viewing of the Northman, good Lord, deliver us. Nobody actually said that. Nobody ever said that. This is a fine example of medieval spin doctrine. We have a particularly famous spin doctrine written called Alistair Campbell, and this is a very fine example of a medieval Alistair Campbell. Okay. Now, I'm going to stop calling them Vikings right now, because they certainly didn't call themselves Vikings. But what they are is formed right through the tapestry or the cartons into the Scottish history and culture that it's time that this is recognised. The Norse are not the villains that people think they are. They didn't come wearing horn helmets, kept up to the black teeth and magic mushrooms in the night, rape and pillage and leave. They didn't do that. They stayed. They're here. They're us. They're right through the DNA, the culture, the heritage, the customs, everything of Scotland, like letters of the sick of seaside Europe. You can't see them from the outside, but they are very much there. Now, popular conceptions of the Norse often differ from the complex picture from archaeology written sources. And this romantic picture of Vikings as global savages began to take root in the 18th century, and this developed to become widely propagated through the 19th century after revival. The perceived perception of the Vikings as violent groups or intrepid adventurers go much to the modern Viking myth that had taken shape by the early 20th century. And current popular representations of Viking very popular Scottish cartoon Hagar the Horrible. For example, a typically high country presenting the Vikings as the warrior caricatures. Having said that, the History Channel's programme, The Vikings, is about the only programme on the North that staff and Centre for Knowledge Studies will watch without having a wet cloth on their heads. Now, you might like to know what the term Viking means. It's an action, it's a present participle, it's an action that you do. You go Viking, you go into the pits, into the reeds. It's actually a feminine noun, which is a nice touch. It occurs in Viking Rudic inscriptions and so on, and says a far-Viking Viking to go on an expedition. And the next thing the term scope is a sense of height. So what did they call themselves? What did other people call them? Well, they called themselves Northmen.
Did it work?
Went in the right direction. Right, technology is not think of you, so I'll just speak. Right, they were known as Ascomani, or Ashen, by the Germans, Lochler, of course, by the Gales, and Dina, Danes by the Anglo-Saxons. The Slavs, the Arabs, and the Byzantines knew them as the Rus, and of course they gave their name to modern Russia. It's the place of the oarsmen. The Slavs also called them the Varangians, and they regarded the emperor in Byzantium and Constantinople as the Varangian guard because it was staffed by Norsemen. King Harald Hardrada spent 20 years as the captain of the Varangian guard before he returned to Norway to kill his nephew and become King of Norway. But the problem that they have is that they didn't write their own story down. Somebody else wrote it for them. Also, unlike the Danelaw in England, the Norse occupation of Scotland has no single common name. This may be a reflection of the West, well-documented nature of various invasions, but it also has not a lot to do with the fact that, regardless of the actual impact of Norse culture, the hereditary leaders of the Scots nation are generally descended from Pictish and Gaelic stock. Also, the main centres of modern population are not big Vikings around. They chose coastal places and small islands because they used the sea as their road. So they're often seen in a very negative light, as a foreign invasion, something other, something from other here, rather than as part of the multicultural polity that's Scotland. Okay, I'd like to move on to some common misconceptions, and if you take nothing away from this talk today, boom, 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 okay? No horns helmets, they never wore them, there's none. That's really important, because it was something that studied upset itself at the Centre for Economic Studies, some people know the word helmets. Right. Apart from 2 or 3 representations of the ritual helmet with protrusions on them, may or may not be ravens or snakes or what have you, there are no horned helmets. In fact, the far more close quarters nature of Viking combat, either in shield walls or aboard ship islands, would be horned helmets cumbersome and hazardous to the warrior's own side. They would easily have an eye out, which your mother might have said. Right? So we know that they didn't use them for fighting. There might be a symbolic usage, but certainly didn't use them for fighting. Right. Okay, use of skulls as drinking vessels. Oh dear. No, afraid not. This is also ahistorical, and we can actually trace this back to specific texts like Old in which Danish warriors could be or be eaten Hausa from the curved branches of skulls, i.e. horns, is translated as being as drinking extraneous over the country of skulls. There's also the train of thought that it might come from the toast skull. So, but no, I'm sorry, this is upsetting people. And just also put aside any thought on burning, dying in burning boats, burning boats. Did not really happen. We were far too sensible of people to be wasting something like that. My husband, who's can trace his ancestry back to the first Viking invasion of Orkney, built a boat. And I said, when he died, he want me to shovel off at Scandinavia and set fire to the boat. And he said, don't be ridiculous, woman, that would be a waste of a fine boat. Also, the notion of some kind of dirty barbarian, and you've got to understand what's happening here. These are Christian writers talking about pagans, and therefore they are dirty, they're unset, and they matter. Actually, the Vikings use their particularity by Anglo-Saxons due to the custom of pagan example and quoting the what Israel Norse homes then. So what did they not have in their home here, ladies and gentlemen? Farms, after the Vikings in the east, in the Brussels, they extended this and carrying clean clothes, for example, all the time. And in the Brussels, they wash their feet quite a bit, which is also very nice. So, what is the truth? And where did the preconceptions come from? Well, because they were other, because they were pagan, because they were from elsewhere, because they didn't like the story, it became a kind of a stereotype of a pagan savage. And the fascination with the reached a peak during the so-called Viking era in the late 18th and 19th century. And of course, the image of the Vikings was subverted by National Socialism in the 1930s, in front of that. And then we see the sexy attack in the History Channel. But let's really love the topic, just talk about the facts now. And I don't know about you, I really love a map. This might just seem to to come up.
Just a moment.
Okay. So where did it come from? Where were the Norse humans? Well, in the 8th century, the Scandinavian Viking began to make its large parts of northern Europe. One expedition went as far as Constantinople, and others set in Iceland, Ireland, and Greenland. Some reached the coast of North America as well. Now, the myth of why the Norsemen went to Norway is that they were disgusted by the king's anti-democratic ways. But I'm afraid we were really enough because they lost so much of their power. Norway was one of the earliest kingdoms to create in Europe. It's a very romantic story, actually. King Harald's here was the king of southern Norway. He wanted to hide this of the next king, which said, I'm not having you, you're not very good enough. And so he's like, he conquered the rest of Norway, and he wouldn't cut his hair or shave until he'd done that. So that's why I told Harold here, because he gets really happy. And he did it. But this really upset the chiefs who used to having a lot of sort of net. People also have the conception that they really went to Iceland and travelled there in the biggest places in a very sort of organised fashion. But we didn't really do that either. It was worse, a blunderbuss kind of effect. So you can see there on the snap that who leads as when they reached various places. So there we go. They are not parochial. They got about, as you can see. And one of the interesting things they did, particularly in Europe, the late European universities, they were one of the first people to set up training posts. Usually a man or a relative, Uncle Sway, would be one set up with a religious hospital, and so on, right back to school. So they were one of the first people to set up mercantile networks in one of the times. And generally speaking, the Norwegian Norsemen went to the west, and the Swedes went to the eastern Russia as well. So the maritime expansion then started around about 700. It's quite interesting for us in Orkney to realise that there are families in a lot of these neighbourhood streets. We are infamous pirates that came down and really businesses, did big places, that is true. A lot to quite the extent to do. Now, the really interesting thing about Norse is how they managed to do all of these things. And it's because of their extraordinary navigation skill and their boat building skills. And we'll talk a little bit about that back now. An underlying reason for all of this expansion then was the outstanding ships and extraordinary sailing navigation skills. The Vikings of the Norse were the best sailors the world has ever seen apart from the existence. And they could cross, they were the first people to cross the open sea. When people say to me, what about Jesus and miracles? I say literally no times in close. Thank you very much. Right. So they close enormous stretches of open sea. These gales and force and unknown surface currents. Some centuries before the advent of the magnetic compass, it is an oral tradition that information is passed down from the mouth and the hands of the generations that have gone before. It's because it's not until later Middle Ages that the first primitive sailing connections appear. It's an interesting fact that although you can't follow land journeys over the size, you can follow journeys, sea journeys. The 2-day trip from Bergen to Sunderland, for example, you can follow the same thing. And how did it actually find the site? So this knowledge had been coming in the night, up to the 90s with the Russians from the Florida system, because they didn't sail at night. They sailed through the day. I mean, they would sail at night from Bergen through the day. For example, if you want to get from Bergen to Greenland, what you do is you sail out for 3 days straight, and then you line up 2 mountains, one in Iceland called Fitzenship, along with one in Greenland called Starfish, third black ships, and you keep them aligned. And you sail 2 months. They are absolutely fantastic. But another thing that's really interesting about the boats is the draft of it is about 30 centimeters. The draft of the boat, so you can skip across the waves really fast. And this is actually how they won Normandy, because they sailed right up the river St. They were parked on the side of Lancashire windows on board. And they flew back that was the purpose of those days, and he gave them Normandy to make them go away. So they were very fast. This used to go a long time. They were certainly very fast ships. And the ship itself just, you could possibly try and go back a little bit, just when the things, the things you get. Okay. And the reason it was so fast is the wind incredibly light. And what we see in shipbuilding in Scotland is the Orkney Hill, for example, which is pointed at both ends. It's a legacy of the Vikings there. And so, yes. So it's on a variable basis as well. But the problem that we have is that they didn't speak for themselves. The only inscriptions that they wrote themselves were the runic ones, which are all symbolic. So done by Kilroy's, that kind of thing. And so they were really right and used the Sanskrit alphabet, but they didn't write very much down there. The majority of the inscriptions have been streamed, so I'm touching fast my presentation. But the biggest collection of the inscriptions outside Scandinavia is in Orkney and Bath. But yes, we have gone very fast that. Okay. What we're going to look at here is normal. This is Orkney normal. This is over 1,000 years, this is the language of Scandinavian Scotland. And if you'd like me to read it to you, can you hear what it sounds like? And I think you might, okay, again, I don't know quite what the difference is there. I shall read it to you what's up there, and you'll recognize what it is, I'm sure. Father, Della vostra corona, vietina vostra gloriosa Lord, gas la senza dei nuova, perché sin or sin ours, this is the condition in the life of our all things. Amen. So that's really a persecution that was here in the right enough. So where we can find evidence from is in places. And this is where it's particularly an example of the century is buried in Scotland. It's in the places. I've chosen some of the cases here because that's where I actually problem. The Orkney lies up to the north of Caithness. My husband's an Orkneyan, and he's the only man that's ever referred to me as an elephant south. So these are the modern places of Orkney. They go into the Northlands, they have come into the Northlands there. So the Northlands are all there very clearly. Where is Vic? It's the biggest thing. And I've got some slides which I don't think are going to work. Right? There we go. So you can see this, the placings are quite distinct. I've got quite a few of them here. Just check to make sure that this was actually coming up there first. Right. Okay. Just give me a minute, folks. Yeah. Look up. Yeah, this is up. Some places might think was particularly north, for example, far above, which are the north of Scotland, but we have Hobart, Scotland, which is Scotland, and the west coast of Scotland, we have Stornoway, we have Runart, we have Malek, is actually Vic. So Glamorgan, places like Carcedy, is actually entirely north, first Vic, or View. So we have evidence of all these things already mapped here. So you can see this up there. You can see some of the schools. Right? But as you can see from the facing image, you can see the north square. There's a movement. You can see some names north facing and some right. For example, Vista. Carvister, Bravester, Castor, Snapster, but also Edible and Olive places like that. Olive, you might think of it particularly Celtic, but it isn't, it's a Welsh farm. That's what it is. So it's very, very good. There's lots of people evidence for this. But as you can see, as I said at the beginning, Great Northshire is not very good in terms of population. That's one of the problems we have with working out the identity. Okay. Right, moving on then. This is really quite exciting. I'm not quite sure what brand it is. So all of those places have the same end part, which is farm. It's just differently. So you can see that there's layers of interpretation. But and also, if you go to the next slide, please. Or maybe not. Now, of course, they also left a legacy in the form of a legal system. They even have hope for the deposit time, so the law is very aggressive right to them. And the very word law in English is Norse word. The English word for a local law is bylaw, whereby there's some Scandinavian word for time, such places like Grimsby and so on. They gave us the concept of juries too. 12 men and 2, which was England or Scotland. But interestingly enough, they didn't have a mediation system. What they did have was places where you rented 40 votes. And more serious crime, more people were on jury. But no prisons, so they did not experience that. And another problem we have with the landscape is that we have no great monuments to them. What you're looking at here is a site for the Norse Assembly in the Shetlands. And there's nothing there to show us that that's what it was. But anybody in the know would recognize it, because it's mapped between two bodies of water, so you can get ships in and water the animals. And we used to use one of the islands for rescue purposes in the recent development. Birthday, which is like sweet language for ship islands. It's Scotland. So we have the problem, they're there. They're in the coast building, they're in the laws, they're in the DNA, of course, 60% of the data go on island medias in Norwegian. And they're in our names, our personal names, as individuals. Ireland, the Norseman, MacLeod, son of David, and Orkney. Macaulay, son of Olaf, Sweden, son of Sweden, and of course, warlike Clan Duncan, lest we forget the warriors. Now, this particular slide here is something else that I found quite fascinating, and it is a map of the density of red area across Europe. Now, when it comes to genetics, of course, no gene is originated in one group, but can be identified with them. You might be interested to know that Incidence of red tape across the world is 1 to 2%, in Europe it's 2 to 7%, in Scotland it's 10%, and in Norway it's 13%, which is the highest in the world. Which is ironically, it's also the base of the highest instance of the North genetic malformation of the shame. Malformation of your fingers into your arm, that's the other hand of that. So, but if you look at that way, you can see the intensity of red tape stressful maps the Viking journeys to use. So this is, I'm giving you this warning as an announcement. This is the heraldry of red hair. Right? So that's something I'm working on at the moment. So we did the Norse heritage frequency. They were not something strange and something new. It was something that affected the words that come out of our mouths. That's what makes Scots is the Norse aspect of the meaning. Our languages is that. It's the blood in our veins, the hair in our heads, it's the names we give ourselves and our children, the hope that we sing. More than that, it's characteristics of our identity. The Norse had no fear of explanation because to them there was no demanding, they had no concept of government elections. Right? So that said, that Scots is exploration, of entrepreneurship, of a desire to go other places, is something that get in the Norse. And another thing that get in the Norse is our sense of the rights of man. North society was actually very sophisticated. We're actually very to women as well. Women in North society have better rights than we had in Britain 50 years ago. Not like in your husband. You just go to the parliament and complain in the human. You keep your dowry and do so that you could run your own business. You could vote if you were a person of property. You had all of these rights. But what they had was a great sense of society, of being part of the society. The worst thing that would happen to me wasn't there, because then you go to our club. That's okay. But it was being outcast from the society. That was the worst condition. Exploring, punching other rates, interested in the Roman society, to the women. Sounds kind of familiar, I think. So remember, they weren't purpose and practice and practice. They were human.
Okay, we're running time. Let me just say this. At the end of our day, we were originally going to have the book club thing. I'm going to point that out later on, but we had to cancel that, and it has nothing to do with us bringing language or anything. I was informed that two of our presenters that we're going to do it remotely don't have internet. So basically, a historic system in Wyoming. That's what we're doing. So that really helps us our time that we're going to have. I want everybody to stand up for just 1 second, okay? Stand up, everybody stand up in place. I have such power. Please take a literally 5-minute break, and then we're going to just come back with 4 years. 5 minutes only.
Yeah. And I'll take tells you. Oh, that's sad that we do. Yeah, that's really. Did you get to look at the magic paper? I think it looks different areas.
It is because last that's the basis of Allison. What's your well, I play a section. He's making shots. Everything. Take, you know, and anyhow, one is and the other one is Evan Badu. We say Calvin, but it's Badu. COLQUHOUN, and I'm like, and so when I try to get Siri, you call Evan Badu, calling Evan Tucklin. So anyhow, all right. Well, I think we're doing fairly good here.
Yes, I do.
Not my kids, my kids. That's an interesting.
I know, I'm not like the experience. Yes, for the first time ever, my been studying a lot of ingredients on people saying.
Is that you?
You know, one of the things, are we on the video still? Where's Barbara? We're on the video still? I hope everybody can hear me. I'm going to kind of keep the microphone down. I don't like speaking over the microphone. One of the things I don't know if we opened up and said at the very beginning of talks is really a big thank you for the people who have come out on their own to help us do this. I really want to thank you for your wonderful presentation. I will never wear the orange or anything again. But Don and Ford, the other people that made presentations, Andrew Morrison, Brother Russell, I think I said that right. And we've got Malcolm, Sir Malcolm McGregor, and his lovely wife, Deanna, who's going to do a presentation here in about 30 minutes. But anybody else whose names I've left off and spoken, well, we can talk about it all we want to now. So, but all the people who have been up here, COSCA thanks you. I know the folks that are here and are on the internet. There was a lot of hard work at the end of this. Sue McIntosh is fantastic. We go beyond that one too. And put all this together. And this is something we're trying to, well, we started at, I think it's 2010 or 11 down at Stone Mountain, and we're going from there. So we hope people like these caucuses, and we hope to continue those. Where there can be interaction, I think the Lord allowed for many years ago, I forgot about that. So since some of them are not here to say anything, this is our IT specialist over here. This is Bartley Hay, who's been a friend of mine for a long time. Well, but at any rate, he's trying to get this. Andrew Morris came up and said, "What are you working there?" Oh. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Thor Ewing, and I asked him how I was supposed to introduce him. He had all these wonderful things. I can't remember any of those things. He's an educational person. He goes to schools. He likes to talk about hiking. He's an author. What did I say? Got me on that. But I love the name, so I like the name Thor. It's awesome. And he's smiling, so I'm not screwing up too bad. But I'm going to turn it over to him. He lives in Wales, somewhere along the line between Wales and England. My next door neighbors from Cardiff, so he kind of lit up like I acted like I knew what I was talking about. But, I'm going to turn it over to him. He's got about 30 minutes, and he's going to the Nordic headquarters of Scotland.
Thank you. I believe that the real news about the Vikings today is that Adrian Peterson, after a year's absence, is playing for them again. But anyway, my talk's going to be based around slides, and I hope the technology works for me. We seem to convert to a psychic way of moving the slides on. This is what you probably recognize. It's right. It's a trainer dragon. And every youngster now knows the Vikings not only had horns, but also spoke with a Scottish accent. The book that was written by someone called Preston Howard, who used to spend her summer holidays in Scotland, and she was fascinated by the real Viking heritage of Scotland. And so maybe it's not quite like that, but still, it does hint at something that's real. So if we move on to the next slide now. Should be the psychic house. This should be familiar to Donna. These are the Vikings of Orkney. Now we can do another couple of slides with the Vikings of Orkney too. This is Okelia. It was originally a tar barrel event where people carried burning barrels of tar through the streets, but too many of them were killed, and we move on. So they decided to do something celebrating their Viking ancestry. And you've spoken about Norn being spoken there until, I think, the early 19th century. But what's less well known than the Viking roots of the Orkneys, and there's one more good one I looked at the map here, is that large parts of the Western Isles and the Western Highlands also have Viking roots. So if we can move on through this one, in 2013 they had this very Scottish theme for Canada, and onto the map, which should be coming up any moment now. This map would show you Scotland, or what Caledonia was like before the Vikings. Is it possible to have a next slide? So, hey, yes. And as you can see, I got this from a primary school history site. It's great that now primary school children are beginning to learn this stuff because they didn't always. And you can see this is Caledonia before the Vikings got there. And there's a little word saying Scots up there in the west. It's not Scotland, it's taken. And the Angles, the English, are in what's now southern Scotland, in Lothian. And the Picts dominate Scotland. Really, where it says Gabriel, you can count that as Scots too. The word Scot just meant that group at that time. And then the Vikings came the next slide, please. And they took over a large part of what is now Scotland. And it wasn't only that they took over that area, they also defeated the Picts. Massive victory in 839 AD. They defeated the Britons who were in Dunbar. I don't know if you noticed them on that map there, but that was a significant kingdom. And they defeated the Angles in Northumbria. And by doing that, they completely disturbed the balance of power. And that's what allowed this strong Scottish kingdom to emerge. So if we look at that area there, then one of the things, the common name for the Hebrides, the Western Isles, is the, and Donna is going to hate my pronunciation, it's the Inchgall, is that right? Inchgall, okay. And that means the foreign isles, because it was invaded by the Vikings, who were foreigners. Their name for those islands was the Southern Isles, of course. Because from their perspective, it is southerly. And in large parts of Scotland, you'll find Viking placings, and you'll find Viking archaeology. And this area here, or parts of it, were ruled indirectly by the King of Norway until the 13th century. So it was in the 1260s that Ewan MacDougall, King of the Isles, transferred allegiance from King of Norway to the King of Scots. And it was only at that point that you can really count that as becoming part of Scotland. But of course, he changed allegiance, but the people who had made it the Viking territory, I'm going to use the word Viking. By that, I don't mean to say that these are raiders. I use the word because it's commonly I admit that technically, if you go back to Viking times, she's right. But I didn't feel wrong. So, anyway, the people didn't go away, and they had many things behind them. Even though after this point, the leadership of the area becomes Gaelic, not Norse. In earlier times, all the important people had spoken Norse, almost certainly. You can see little bits of evidence that show that's probably the case. You can never be completely certain. But with the King of Scots as their overall chief, then Gaelic becomes the more prestigious language. So if we move on again, we'll see what some of these Vikings might have looked like. And these are the Lewis chessmen. These are probably from the time when the Western Isles owed allegiance to the King of Norway. And these were made in Norway. They are mainly made from the tusks of walruses. And these show you what Norwegian warriors would have looked like. They also show you what the warriors in the Hebrides would have looked like. And if we move on to the next slide, and there are 4 slides of these, so we can keep kind of moving through them while I'm talking, please. So the Vikings and their descendants in the Isles look like this. And what were they getting up to? Well, very often they were living fairly ordinary lives, but they did also live lives as warriors. Usually in the summer months, they'd go off either working as mercenaries or raiding in foreign shores. And so we've got Young Sweden is the next chap that I want to talk about, who was from Knapdale, which is another of these Norse place names in Scotland. That's actually in our guide. And the Swedes are almost certainly originally a Norse people, although they claim, we'll come to what they claim a little bit later. But Bjorn Sweden, his name were Galapagos, and that means foreign warriors, it means Vikings. And the Galapagos were drawn from mainly from the Hebrides, and they mainly fought in Ireland. And they were foreign warriors, even though they were not Gaelic speakers, they were proud of their Norse roots. And Donna, can you do me the honor of reading from the poem on Bjorn Sweden, what it says about him?
Lochlan is Almeria, they are Norsemen and brave chiefs. Spear is reckoned near the home. Shields are attached to the ship's legs.
Thank you. So, I mean, obviously the first thing is saying absolutely correctly, he says, they are Norsemen, which we would probably today often call Vikings. And the next thing they say, and they had shields along the side of their ships, which is even today recognized as a clear sign of the Viking ship. So that's how you could recognize the Galapagos warriors when they were sailing in their ships. So these pictures show us images from the West Highlands. Well, we've got this one up here. There's two things in particular that I think are quite Norse about it. You can see there's a bit of knotwork interlace. Nowadays we tend to think of that as Celtic art, but one of the main ways that it came into the Celtic world was actually through the Vikings. And here there's also the top of his sword is very distinctively Scandinavian. That kind of finger pattern at the top of the sword there is a clear indication of the Scandinavian hill. So these warriors look very much, here we've got some Viking, this is actually from England, and you can see some, maybe on the top one there's some interlace, and then there's simple knotwork on the one at the bottom. Those are Viking, probably Viking grave covers. They're called hawkbacks. Where's your man again? He keeps coming. People want to keep an eye on it. So this one is from County Roscommon in Ireland. And these are Galapagos warriors. So these are in Ireland, but if not born in the Hebrides or Scotland, these men shown on this too would have been of Scottish descent, and they are showing their Galapagos equipment. And here's another one with this spear, and if we move on to the next slide, I think here we are, yes. This is another English Viking example. So this is the Middleton warrior. This is Viking age, and you can see that he looks quite a lot like the guy in the last bit. Same pointy helmet, and the spear by his side of his weapons. Here we've got a helmet that is a Galapagos helmet. This is the Lord Henry helmet, and the next slide shows the same thing. The Viking helmets, towards the end of the Viking Age, developed these 4 points. And that style of helmet survived in areas of Scottish influence into the Middle Ages, into the 14th century. I actually have a theory that it might come to influence the shape of medieval French helmets, because when the Scots started fighting alongside the French in the 100 Years' War, suddenly the French started adopting pointy helmets. And I think that there's a direct connection in that. This now is, I think you can probably recognize it, even if it's not typical of the genre. This is a barge. But what is particularly interesting about this barge, which dates from, I think, somewhere around about the year 1200, is it's Norwegian. And this is a two-way street, the connection between the Gaelic world and the Norse world has influence in both directions. Although the word targe is known from Old Norse, this style of shield, the little shields, are not typical of the Vikings until they come into contact with the Celtic world. And then you start to find these things appearing in Norwegian contexts. So that's one way that the Norse were influenced by the Gaelic people. The next slide that you just have here, this is a ship from, I think that was actually carved in Edinburgh, but they're more of a feature of the West Highlands. And there's another similar slide which shows another example. They're not quite Viking ships, but they are basically a similar style of craft. It's something like this that John McSween would have taken on his voyage. And the name of these ships is Longland. Is that right? Yeah, good. And that basically translates as long ship, which is a direct translation. Actually, long could be ship in itself, can't it? Yes. So it's kind of, but it comes through probably from the Viking. And we've got another illustration, I think, here of the McDonald's Barley, which is the same style of ship. This is the modern replica that's been made, I believe, by the McDonald's group. Okay. Another thing that comes through from the Vikings is the houses. So this is a Hebridean crofter's house, and it's basically a Viking house. It's a long, long with the roof on top. You can see as well the thatch on the roof is secured with ropes, and this was the simplest method that was known to the Vikings. And it was probably what most of them actually used. So there's a poem which says, if you've got your own farm, at least it's better than nothing, even if it's only 2 goats and a cottage with road thatch. So here we have a cottage with road thatch. And there are 7 slides in this category, so keep them coming. That's another. That's at a museum, the Black House. Black House is the technical term for these. And there's more. That's a 19th century photograph of one. You can see it almost. I think that's actually fishing net holding the thatch in place on that. Next one. That one. That's a reconstruction of a Viking house, and it has a turf roof. I'm not sure that turf roofs were actually used in historical times in the islands. Anyway, that is what we had before the Vikings turned up. This one's almost paid. It's a crown. But the key point about this house, for my purposes, is that it's round. And so this is a reconstruction of a pre-Viking house, and it's a round house. And before the Vikings, the Celts, wherever they were living in round houses. That I could, if I had time, I'd go back over what I just said. This is another reconstruction of the Viking house, and we move on to the next one. And this is what's called the field house. So this is Scarlet Red. and you can see it's a more elaborate form of roundhouse deck. And you can see at this site quite clearly the difference between Viking houses, which are square built, and the what you usually consider kingfish houses, which are circular. Okay. Well, there's one other thing that I don't have a picture of, but while we're on houses, I thought diet is another thing that's heavily influenced by Vikings. So it was when the Vikings turn up that we start to see fish becoming really important in the diet. And with the Viking invasions in the Isles, then herring and oatmeal becomes a very important dish. And in the 19th century, there were some islands where basically herring and oatmeal was all they ate. And for me, that reminds me straight away of the Viking Holocaust field, where the god Thor says, "Oh yes, I've eaten well today. I had lots of herring and oatmeal. I'm still stuffed with it." This is manuscript 14. And I want to introduce this at this point because this is the genealogies, the medical genealogies of plants. And it's a remarkable document, partly because it makes almost no mention of Vikings at all as original ancestors. And this goes back to what I was saying about the Gaelic language becoming more prestigious. At the same time, I think people like to have their genealogies tweaked to emphasize their native roots, and they didn't want to be foreigners anymore because there was no lineage in that. The late John McLaughlin more or less said, he looked at the genealogies and more or less said that this stuff is all made up. I don't think that's true. I think that there's a lot more to it than that. And the genealogies were made by people who were greatly respected in the Gaelic world. And people invested a lot in, they wanted these things to be recorded. And so I think that instead what's happened is that maybe a maternal ancestor gets slipped in and then you follow her paternal line back, rather than following the direct paternal line back all the way. So I think that very often the relationships that these genealogies show are genuine relationships that might well have meant something. You just have to kind of consider it a bit more cleverly than either it's true or it's not. So we come now to the final bit, which I would encourage you to take slightly lightheartedly. But here we have some Viking tartan. This is actually an example from the Viking port of Hedeby in what's now Germany, in fact, but was not Denmark in Viking times. And this comes from, I think this is from the boat grave in Hedeby. It's the Vikings. They really did bury people in ships. And this is from the Hedeby shipyard. And it's kind of tarnished. There's another example here. I think the next slide. Oh, this is actually slightly different. This is, if you look at these guys here, can we skip forward one slide? Yeah, so this is another piece of Czech material, which some of you will recognize as a blue and white version of buffalo black called tartan. This is from the Otterberg ship burial. And so, in fact, the check on this is quite small. It's kind of about 1 inch. But these Czech cloths were quite popular among Vikings. And it's another thing which they shared with the Gaels that they encountered. If we go back to the previous slide, which, if I organize this properly, would do one hand on it. One of the interpretations of the governance that these people are wearing is a cloak with a belt around it. And I don't know about you, but if those cloaks with belts around them had checked cloth, then it would look an awful lot like the great belted plaid that was introduced in the 17th century. There's just a part of me that wants to believe that maybe they were Vikings dressed like 17th century Highlanders. But maybe not. Thank you. So, one of the pictures I consider my Viking Myths book, which is available for sale, and I've also got a book of poems which don't mention Vikings at all. Thank you.
We're going to have sing it right back to the guitar and fiddle player. We're going to play a few tunes, and then right when we come back, we've got a good audio visual presentation by a very central person. It's the spouse, the wife of Dr. McGregor, but in her own right, she is a BBC presenter, and so we will be welcoming Fiona Armstrong in just not so 10-minute break. Go take a break, go rinse up on the top.
Yes. And then you'll see there's a map. There's a map, and it's like it's about 2.5 minutes in. Nothing to just be. And then you've got after the stop a little bit after it's finished. Then you've got to break the first one bit, and then let it roll on. Yeah. Yeah, that's the very end.
Oh, I've got a really stupid. That's all I needed to know. I agree with that. He's one of the most wonderful word master, but musician, artist, and I find lovely.
David, who is this young lady? You don't know her? What is what's his name?
Yes. You cannot go wrong with either. I can find his.
Oh, it's starting to.
About 1950s from COSCA. I never knew what that meant. That's when I found out.
Oh, the well.
That's a fox. I know, my wife's representing the Land Martin is a race of foxes. That's a Highland saying. Yeah, but my family is children of the foxes. Ah, okay.
I learned a lot today.
Here it is. Do we have no, somebody used my hot spot. I created one here. Right. That seemed rude where I was having a yeah, that's true. Anymore, children of the foxes. They were subsumed by the camera. Struggling to get back up. Always being part of the other. So there's number of things I know that actually should belong to the other and still can. But that's a competition. I've heard this is complaining. This is no market. I was just there.
Yes, I will.
Okay, if we could, Neil Armstrong is now ready. The pressure's on. So if we could all get back to our seats, and all those folks that are out there, we could usher them back in with us. We may send some Northland out to rattle in. Okay, Thor, let's bring those people in here. I hope that everybody can hear us and see us still over the internet. Thank you all for hanging around and staying here. We've got a lot more for this afternoon, but I'm really excited about this. I met Fiona a couple of years ago at Stone Mountain, and she was going around. You probably don't remember this, but she was going around to the plant tents and asking people what they thought of the referendum. And you probably don't remember my response, do you? I don't tell how I vote, and it's none of my business as an American to influence the Scots. But she didn't do anything with those votes, unfortunately. I'm sure I could have a big influence on the election, but it is what it is. But at this point, I would like to introduce. She did a wonderful presentation on whether it was yours or what I saw on the Armstrong astronaut. Yeah, she did. And she worked with BBC. You're still with BBC?
Just before tonight.
Okay. And I'll let her tell anything more about herself if she'd like to say that. She's got a very nice presentation for you, so welcome, Armstrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I mean, some highlights of our year. We can get to America. Just fantastic to see everyone here. I'm Fiona Armstrong. I'm married to Chief McGregor, so in my life I'm named McGregor and McGregor. But Armstrong and McGregor is pretty similar, actually. Both of them rather unruly and wild hands. But as Fiona Armstrong, that's my working name, and what they still say in borders today, Scottish borders, is the Armstrongs could start a fight talking about okay, I like this going to have a fantastic talk about the Gaels. I am talking about the non-Gaels, but it's a little bit of a difficult one, this. I'm going to be talking about the Regans, the people who live in the south of Scotland, the borderers, as they're called. These are the people on the front line with England, with Scotland's old enemy. And Michael will tell us that Gaelic was indeed spoken in parts of Galloway, south of Scotland, and also Dumfriesshire. But in the main, the Scottish borderers were not seen as Gaels. You may be right on that one. I think those people actually lived on the border, mostly with England, not actually seen as Gaels. That said, I did hope to show in this very short talk that the Scottish borderers have patterns of behaviour very similar to the Highlanders, the Highland clans. You know, people lump us in the borderers into the lowlands. We are not lowlanders. We are very much like the Highland clans. So let's get the borderers underway. Let's have a look at the first form.
relationships in the always there. Black males or black men strong not many of them because it's not part of the inside. So it's a strong. Well, I think it's wrong. If you didn't, your neighbour bash you on the head to whatever you had. So you have to be pretty alive and wait for what's going on. Hence, they all live in those rather strong ties. Pulled up the ladder, hope no one can get in. They could feud over anything. They could feud over a bad look as much as their brother being killed in some rank. And they made allegiances with each other overnight, not in the following morning. And really, it was all about money. It was all about stealing cattle and sheep and goods. What the brains like these? No. But honourably, they weren't necessarily honourable men, but they had honour. If they did their work or they fought in good side, in good cause, they would fight in the end. But they were pretty tough. They were hard. They had to be the way they didn't form alliances very readily with other clans.
It's 500 years ago, and these are dangerous times on the English-Scottish border. To try to keep some law and order, the lands are divided into 6 areas called martins. 3 are in Scotland, and 3 in England.
Well, that's just a flavour of life there on the Scottish border in the 16th century. It's a flavour of life there. And we saw some of the families. We saw the Grahams, one of the most troublesome families on the frontier. Any Grahams here today? We saw the Kerrs, no family more active in border reading than the Scottish Middlemarch. We saw the Johnsons. Now their feud with the Maxwells was one of the longest and bloodiest in border history. We saw the Bells, a very, very nasty group. But there were others too. The Elliots, now they've been described as predatory as any border clan. The Scots, powerful reavers. The Irvines, very tough bunch indeed. And then, of course, is this behaviour reminding you of anything further north, do you think, this behaviour in the south of Scotland? And then, of course, there was this lot. Let's see if we can get the next film up, please. It's coming, folks, don't worry. Talk among yourselves. It's looking good. Does it look good? Okay? No?
Is that turned on? Did you turn it on?
Okay, we'll give it another minute. If it doesn't come up, we'll continue the show. The show must go on. We always say that when you work in television, you're never paid for the times it goes right, you're only paid for the times it goes wrong, which is very frequently, I can tell you, behind the scenes. When you work in television, they say it's like being a duck on water. On the surface, you're gliding along as if you have a chemical care in the world, and underneath you're paddling like crazy to the staircase. David, what are you going to say anything, do you think?
On the border with the Armstrongs, able men, somewhat unruly, and very ill to tame.
Well, that was the Armstrongs. That is the Armstrongs. That's the Armstrong March. It was played by a young Armstrong player who's now terribly famous in the piping world. You had on the border was the Armstrongs. Able men, somewhat unruly, and very ill to tame. Now the Armstrongs were probably the fiercest clan on the border.
principally Scottish, but probably of English origin, and the name means exactly what it says, Armstrong. The Armstrongs were the most dangerous riding clan on the border. At any one time, according to George MacDonald Fraser, a historian, they could put 3,000 fighting men in the saddle, and they did more damage to England by foray than any two Scottish families combined. So the Armstrongs were pretty formidable lot. But what is it that made this land 20, 30 miles either side of that English-Scottish divide such a no-go area? What was it made these lands a place where nobody could walk safely by day and certainly sleep safely at night? What made it a place of robbery, blackmail, and feud? Again, we got warnings to home life there. I suppose you have to imagine that with any border there are problems, but imagine the enmity, the quarrels, the hatred that existed 500 years ago between the English and the Scots, and in some places still exist today, I'm afraid. Every time the English army came north to bash the Scots, or to try to bash the Scots, they trooped over the border's land, they trampled over his crops, they stole his food. So in order to survive, these families just north of the border, these Scottish borderers, they began to take matters into their own hands. They started to ride and to raid, to read. Read is taken from the word bereaved, and we all know what that means. But read means also to steal from other families. They were stealing in order to survive. Scots stole from English, Scots stole from Scots. And then what started as means of survival became a way of life. I'm going to talk about one famous reaver. His name is Willie Armstrong. He's one of the best known border reavers. And here's an example of one of his forays down into England. It is August 1853. He crosses the border, he's heading south with his men. 8 villages attacked, 800 cattle stolen, 200 pounds of goods taken, 6 men killed, Englishmen that is, 11 wounded, 30 prisoners taken. The next month he's again, same man, same followers, down into England. This time it's 300 cattle. It's 60 horses they take, £2,000 worth of goods, 60 houses burned, 6 men killed. That's just the Armstrongs. Got any math class here today? Yeah, you were a pretty awful lot as well. Your base was at Glasgow Castle in southwest Scotland near Annan. And your chief, Robert Maxwell, in the 16th century, well, he decides one day he's going to go and burn the nearby town of Lockerbie. He does just that. He then takes his men, we're talking about 1,700 lances, 1,700 men with lances.
The Armstrongs.
So he's raised the town of Lockerbie, he's gone on to Moffat, where he does a lot of damage there. He burns 300 houses, he grieves 3,000 sheep and cattle. These are his own Scots that he's fighting, because it was Scotty by Scot, Scot by English, English by Scot, etc. The Johnsons, meanwhile, they are up to their own tricks. Any Johnsons here today? No? Rob Johnsons, they set fire to the church, the portrait, the Moffat clan, all inside praying, and they're all burnt alive. And Johnsons and Moffats absolutely hated each other. And you know, these feuds on the border, just like Highland feuds, they were desperate. But a border feud, well, it could last a week, or it could last 100 years. Just like the Highlanders. Again, we're getting these non-Gaelic links, these non-Gael links to the Highlanders, to these Gaels. But you know, it must have been terrifying in those days. Just think of the names of people. You had Fingerless and Nixon. I wonder what happened there. Archie Farr the Braves. You know what he got up to at night. Ildra Geordie. Buggerback Graham. That's a bit of a rude one, that's not good. Nervous Glen Crozier didn't have a nose, lost it somewhere along the way. And you know, talking about bills around 40, in those days, justice was very, very swift, very cruel, very basic. And there was a justice system, jail justice. It came from Deborah, which was one of the border towns. It was basically hang someone first and then try them afterwards. And that was the border justice in a lot of cases. And then they got to thinking, well, hanging, you know, a rope costs a lot of money. So what's the best way to do it? Well, drowning is cheap. You just need a river, push them under, and there they go. Many of the people in the border, some of the worst villains, live in an area called the debatable lands. This is the land between Canby and Newcastleton, just north of Longtown on the English side of the border, south of Langham on the Scottish side. And this was where all the thieves and the lawless men hung out, because basically nobody knew whether it belonged to England or Scotland, these debatable lands. And so neither the English law nor the Scottish law could be enforced there. And this is where the real villains hid. And the wardens of the marches, we saw earlier that each of the marches across the borderland, 3 marches on the Scottish side, 3 marches on the English side, the wardens dared go into the debatable lands because it was basically, it was like the Wild West. It was like the mafia country. You know, it was the worst place almost in the whole of Scotland. Anyway, it was so bad in these debatable lands that the church decided in the 16th century, early 16th century, they would really have to intervene. So, the good Archbishop of Glasgow put his great curse on the reavers. Let's see if it works. It's number 2 on the instruments. We'll just try again. This is about, I think it's about 1823 or 4, slightly corrected on that. It's round about that time. The Archbishop of Glasgow absolutely abhorred the lawlessness on the Scottish borders. He has this name. Are we going to get this? Okay, let's move on. The Great House, we're going to give you a bit of drama there, because when we filmed this, we got everybody, we had about 20 actors in the borders, they're all screaming and shouting and wailing as this great curse was put on them by the Archbishop of Glasgow. And basically, he cursed everything. He cursed the border reavers, he cursed their wives, their children, he cursed their cabbage patches, he cursed them riding, he cursed them sitting, he cursed them doing their gardens, and he cursed them playing football. You name it, whatever they were doing, he cursed them. But it didn't have much effect. It was read from the pulpit of every church in the southern Scotland. But the borderers, well, never went to church anyway. On Sunday, they found usually playing football or horse racing, which were also very popular. So they really ignored the whole thing completely. Now, the borderers lived in towers, or peel towers, small fortresses, as high as that wall here. Towers pull up the ladder, and there's tiny little slits for windows so that nobody can actually get in. So when they cross the border to pillage and to reave and to steal their sheep and cattle, and they brought them back to their townhouses or whatever, they were safe inside their stone walls. Now the question people ask me is, are the border reavers actually clans? Well, this is a weak point, and there are people who argue that actually the border reavers were more families than clans. But it's interesting to know that there were a couple of acts of parliament in the late 16th century, and both of them referred to the chieftains and chiefs of all the clans dwelling in the heathlands and the borderers. So it seems that the Scottish government recognised that there are clans in the Highlands, there were also clans of a sort in the borderlands. And these were the Armstrongs, Elliotts, Scots, Wells, etc. So the idea that Highlanders should be only have clans, whereas the Borderers should only have families, is, I feel, not quite accurate. Some people have said it's a Victorian invention. They've said that it was the Victorians that decided that the border families should be called clans. But I stand to be corrected on that one. Maybe you might know all that information if we get up to speed. Unlike the Highlanders, though, the fact remains that the Borderers could equally be as English as they could be Scottish. Now, it is said that some of the Border Reivers would carry flags of both sides. The flags of George and Saltaire in their saddlebags in case they were captured by the wrong side, whichever that side was in those days. And they were also, the Border Reivers, you know, they could be trouble themselves. Okay, this is the Rolsons of Northumberland. They're on the English side. They're definitely a family, a border reading family on the English side of the border. And one day they raided into the Scottish family of Nidderstone, and they stole a large flock of sheep belonging to the Graham family and took it back south across the border. But the Graham sheep had a disease called scab, and this spread through the Rolson sheep, infecting all of their sheep in England. Well, the Rolsons were absolutely furious. So the next week or so, 2 weeks later, they were so angry and they returned to Scotland and they killed 17 Grahams. And they left a little note in a scrawly handwriting, probably all misspelled, because I'm not sure the Borderers could write very well. The next time a gentleman comes to take those sheep Grahams, they will naughty scabbards. The Grahams were a very bad lot. And at one stage, they were causing so much trouble on the English and the Scottish side that all the local inhabitants of the Borders raised, it was about £100, and they put it in a pot, and they got hold of a ship, and they got 200 Grahams, men, women, and children, and they marched them from Carlisle, 50 miles to the coast, the West Cumbrian coast, put them on a ship, sent them to Northern Ireland. This was often a solution to any problem in Scotland. Was in trouble, getting to Northern Ireland, and then they can come there and not in Scotland. Anyway, the Grahams were on their way on this ship to Northern Ireland, and not best pleased having been uprooted, because they were not like their leading way of life, the borderlands. And somebody says to them, you know, when you get to Northern Ireland, people know you're coming, you're going to have a really tough time, because they don't like troublemakers there in Northern Ireland. So the Grahams think, well, what can we do here? So they get to Northern Ireland, and quite a few of them suddenly become the Mahars. And if you work that out, it's Graham stuff backwards. And whether it's profitable or not, a true story or not, it's a good story. But, you know, to say that's a way of a good story, it may be true. Perhaps these Grahams changed their names, started backwards, became Mahars, and if you look at Northern Ireland today, it's a large population of Mahars.
Dyslexic. They're dyslexic.
They're dyslexic, yeah. So there are other borderland links to Gaels. Things like the customs of chiefship, when an heir who was a minor succeeded to the chiefship, beginning with bonds of landrent in the Highlands and in the borderlands as well. So the borderlands, I can argue, probably rival the Highlands in terms of violence, in terms of heroes, romance, legend. Thank you very much, Walter Scott, for all of that. It was Walter Scott, when he was romancing the Highlands, he was also romancing the borderlands as well. But where the borderlands differ from the Highlands, where these non-Gaels differ from the Gaels, is that while the Highlanders were busy fighting each other, the Borderers also fighting each other, but they were also holding the line against the English. And this is a really interesting thought, because I've always maintained that without the Border Reivers, that divide between England and Scotland could have been very, very different. Who knows, it might have ended up with South and Glasgow, possibly Edinburgh. Without those fierce men, absolutely lawless and law to themselves, constantly keeping the English on their toes and harrying them back across into England. Who knows where the Scottish border might have ended up? And you know, the thing I also find very interesting is if you get a book on Scotland, you'll read, say it's 100 pages long, you'll read 95 pages about the Highlands, the Lowlands, and you'll read 5 about the borderlands. So not only are the borderlands unsung heroes, we can use that word, the borders are also, it's an untold story, and it should be told, because it's very, very important for Scottish history. So how did all this end? How did these wretched people that terrorised the English-Scottish divide finally quietened? Well, the year was 1603, and the Scottish King James VI heard the news he'd been waiting for the rest of his life. The English Queen Elizabeth had dropped down dead, and the messenger came up, riding on a horse. He'd ridden for 3 days from London to give the Scottish King in Edinburgh the news he had been waiting for. The horseman comes into the courtyard where the king is staying in his palace. He's so exhausted, he falls off in the courtyard. The horse clatters on the cobblestones into the courtyard. And the messenger gets up and bows before James VI is soft and says, "My lord, you are now the king, and now James I of England." Well, you know, this man, this Scot, he couldn't wait to leave Scotland. He went down with all speed. He couldn't wait to get to England. He went down south, sailing Scottish titles on his way to come to his passage. He promised he would return, he then did. But suddenly he finds himself in London. And what had been acceptable on the edges of his land, where England met Scotland, are now no longer so in what are now called his middle shires. So he resolves on a policy of pacification in inverted commas. The borders will be pacified, and boy were they pacified. Up come government troops, thousands of them. Borderers were arrested, many are hung, others sent to Northern Ireland, to Northern Ireland again. Others are sent to fight in Holland, in the Lowlands, in European wars. Whole families were wiped out on the borderlands. On the Armstrongs, just near where I live, used to live in Canterbury. There was one village called Roundburn, and there lived a family, about 20 Armstrongs. And there was Sandy Armstrong, so called because he was 6 foot 2, which was enormous weight in those days. Sandy Armstrong, he had 11 strapping sons and a few daughters as well. And by the time the government troops had left Roundburn, there wasn't a male Armstrong left there. Some people, of course, some Borderlands did very well out of this classification. I'm talking about the Scots. Have these Scots here today? The Scots of the Blue. You've got the Scots here, of course we have. Scots of the Blue did very well. See that British man over there? Scots of the Blue, they put down the sword, and they picked up the pen, and they became lawyers and advocates. And they supported the king, and they took his shilling, and they got titles, became dukes and earls, and got land. Even today, the Blue is Europe's biggest landowner. So they became mighty dukes and mighty rich. And I'm almost finished, but I just want to leave you with a thought about what does that border reaver, descendant of a border reaver, do today in Scotland? I mean, somebody like, say, Duke of Blue. And what is his role now? Does he go around reading? Does he go around pillaging? Does he still make his money by terrorising his neighbours? Well, let's just find out. This was about a month ago and see what Duke of Blue is up to. Okay, almost there. Oh, back there. Back there. Oh, upstairs, yeah, back there. Somebody did more soon. Like I waited for them to depart to school.
Now, it's an endangered breed, but you really have to ask why. The little delightful Dandy Dingle was originally bred in the Scottish borders. Recently, they were invading their home patch. Some people on board caused the easy way out, but whichever way they arrived, it was not very careful in Selkirk. They did the Surrey, and I near Oakhill House to join the furry fun. I just love dogs. I can't wait for this. Oh, no. What is called Lorry Dandy. That's why. More than 50 Dandy Dingots descended on their Scottish border stately home. Posh pooches, they were received appropriately as aristocracy.
Welcome to the hill. I'm not going to do
The Duke of Two was among those greeting dandy enthusiasts who came from far and wide to celebrate the iconic breed.
I love it. School comedians, they love to play, they love people, they love babies, they love other dogs.
Here at Road Hill is the earliest known image of a dandy dingo. The peculiar connection with the dandy goes back more than 2 centuries. Successive dukes are adored these regarding pets. Not least the current one, now holding Betty from Northern Ireland for the cameras. The Dandy Dingle is the only dog ever to be named after a character from fiction, and this is a man we have to thank for that. Sir Walter Scott's book, Blind Mandarin, featured a farmer called Dandy Dingle, who had a pack of terriers.
Such was the popularity of that man, it was published exactly 200 years ago, in 1815, sold out immediately, that people were curious in those days. They weren't called candidates, they were called pepper and mustard, and they had this very curious shape. They were ready for tasting all sorts of things.
Everybody wanted a pepper and mustard. It became known as the Dandy Dingle, was the world's first celebrity dog.
Originally from Newcastle, and now we go to
What's his name? Toby. And he's
oh, it's painful to me. Having had this before we ran hotel, it's only tempting to have one.
Or even have 50. Now, I know it's currently wet, but everybody line up for a group shot. Ears, claws, activated. We're not particularly wrong, very cool, but it's all really.
Thank you very much, Steve. That's what a Duke does. That's what a second of a border reader. He's as well as soul. That's what he does today. There's Duke of Italy doing the bit of dance and tourism and dance deals in the Scottish borders. Ladies and gentlemen, you love the audience, and I'll take any questions after my finish speaking about Gail if you want to ask any questions about border readers. But for now, thank you very much. Thank you.
Stand up again. Stand up, everybody. No, don't put your hands up yet. Laurel, hands up.
Everybody, hands up. Y'all absolutely all. This is awesome. Everybody stretch, stretch those into the right, into the left. All right.
Poker is what feeling. That was awesome. Thank you. Sorry for a little bit of glitch on the video, but it is what it is. And we've got to, we're running a little bit late, but because we had to cancel the Wandering Scots, let me put a plug in for that. How many people have either been to the Facebook or the link to it? Couple? Yeah? Yeah? Any of y'all said anything about the album? Yes. Wasn't that awesome? Wasn't that awesome? I really want to encourage people, whether you're listening to us on our live stream or whether you're here, is to take advantage of that. It's really a great thing, and friend on Facebook and get in and follow that because Sue did a great job putting it together. It's a lot of money. So because we're running a little bit late on time, we want to get everything in. Plus, we have to clean up this room. Anybody who wants to volunteer to stay and help us clean stuff up, we greatly appreciate it. But at this time, I'd like to introduce again Michael Newton, right? Dr. Michael Newton, the University of North Carolina. And we had a good, interesting conversation earlier, and I hope he takes that to another level. But I'm going to introduce him and let him go with his presentation. And at the end, we'll have questions if you have them either for Michael or for Fiona. And I believe that probably also at the end, if there's any remarks from any of our past speakers, Malcolm or possibly Andrew or anybody else who's like to do, we'll do that. So, Dr. Michael Lee. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I don't have a video. I don't have the pictures of dogs, so this may not be quite as impressive as the last talk. I wish I would have thought to bring a horn helmet because the people who actually did wear horn helmets were Celts. That image was misappropriated to the Vikings, but it did actually, it was actually based in reality of Celts wearing horn helmets. And of course, the Gaels are French Celts. So what I do have are notes that I sketched down during a few minutes talk to try to pick out some points that have arisen during the day. And hopefully riff off the ideas that other people are interested in. So at the beginning of the first talk, I picked up a map that shows you the picks across, certainly the eastern half of Scotland, and then there was a little label on the west that said Scots. So who were these Scots? The term Scot then meant a Gael, a Gallic speaker, whether they lived in Ireland or the west of Scotland. And the appearance of the Vikings meant that, of course, those western coastal regions in Scotland were now being invaded and raided, and so the Gaels needed to seek shelter inland, and this threw them into the arms of Picts. And the Picts were already becoming Gaelicized, and this sped up that process of Gaelicizing the Picts. The Picts were a branch of Celtic people, but the Brythonic branch, more like the Welsh, the Gaels. Now, I already see some kind of confused faces, and there's a lot of complications because history is complicated. So we're talking about various communities that have distinctive cultures and identities, and over time these things change. We have the unfortunate side effect of the impact of race in the 19th century, 18th century, 19th century, and what we want to think about is like, okay, there's this fixed category of Scots, fixed category of Norse, and everything that fits in the Norse box looks like this, and talks like this, and acts like this. That's not the reality. The reality is culture. Communities are dynamic, they change over time, they change the names they use for themselves and other people according to what the dominant, interests and concerns are at the time. And that's what they want to emphasize in what I say now, and I think we'll reflect well on the other things the first day. So we have these people, the Scots, and these are the people who gave their name to Scotland. If you look at the Declaration of our Growth, it tells you the origin tale for Scotland, and the people that they're talking about are the Gaels. It talks about their journey into Scotland. They say, we have thrown out the Norse, we have conquered the Britons, we threw out the Picts. We are the dominant people with this lineage of kingship. So therefore, we should be recognized as being a sovereign kingdom separate from England. So what is this lineage? It is a Gallic lineage. Fiona just talked about 16th century borders. Even the border area is complicated because it's very balkanized in the medieval period, from the early medieval to the high medieval period. And you had communities of people speaking the Brythonic language, you had speakers of Gaelic, and some of those people who brought Gaelic to that area had Norse heritage. So the people who, particularly the Norse families who were living on the east coast of Ireland, were thrown out at the beginning simply because the Irish regained control of Dublin. They threw them out, and where did they go? They just went across the ocean to what's now Galloway. But it's Galloway. It is the term Gallagale, before Gale. Why are they called that? They're Gaelics because they have most ancestry. So we have complicated, changing dynamic communities that are responding to the circumstances in which they live. And the circumstances in which the Norse live, certainly in the west of Scotland, not so much northeast in Shetland, because that was completely over Scandinavia. But if you were in the Western Isles, if you were in the western coast of Scotland, Gaelic Ireland, Gaelic Scotland were those were dynamic communities that you had to interact with and had to be able to speak to. And so those people who had Norse ancestry who lived in the Western Isles and West Highlands became Gaelicized. The names of the major areas in the southwest of Scotland, Galloway, Dumfries, Ayrshire, these are all Gaelic names. Certainly Ayrshire is Celtic, but Dumfries and Galloway specifically are Gaelic names. So the Kingdom of Scotland is a kingdom run by the Gaelic, so Scotland's Gael, Gaelic lineage people, some of whom had Pictish heritage, but they became Gaelicized. So the high point of Gaelic Scotland, the border was established, of course, in the late 11th century by the Mountains, was a Gaelic kingdom. And when a Gaelic king had conquered a territory with, say, the Lothians, they wanted to secure this area, what they did, they bring the royal followers. And that's when you get Gaelic places in the borders, even south of the border in the Lothians. So Gaelic was a language spoken throughout Scotland at various times in its history. And this all changes, certainly begins to change during the realm of was it Malcolm Campbell who married Margaret? Because Margaret was named as princess. She didn't really like the way that the Gaels did things in Scotland. And she wanted to, bring in her people to change things, do things properly. So that instigates the changes. But it was really when the youngest son, David I, inherited the throne in 1124 that things really began to change. Because at the time we had what we would now call feudalism in various terms, as being the way to run a modern kingdom into bringing economic and political benefits, military benefits, and civil society. Well, all these things that I learned when I was a child were being brought up in English court, which is been organized, of course. These are the things I want to introduce to Scotland. And who do I get to happen? How do I get this to happen in Scotland? I bring people from England who know how to do this. And so that's when you get Anglo-Normans and people from the north of England and other states in England coming into Scotland in the Lowlands and setting up that system and the military feudal system, which is mostly oriented around the Lowlands. You also have some of these families like the Grants and Frasers who go to the Highlands. And so the Highlands remain Gaelic. Those Normans who go to the Highlands become Gaelicized, and families become Gaels and keep themselves as Gaels. But the Lowlands over time start to lose their Celtic language and heritage and become Germanicized. Up until the 15th century, when you were referring to the Scottish language, you were referring to Gaelic. If you wanted to refer to the form of English spoken in Scotland, it's called English. And that is during the 15th century that the Lowlands had so much more political clout, cultural cachet, and economic weight that they were able to change the terminology so that after that point, when you said Scottish, you were talking about Roland, and the people in the Lowlands became very estranged from the people in the Highlands, even though they recognized them as the original Scots, the old Scots. They saw them as distinct, more like the Irish. So you get this polarization and change happening during this time period. So I want to talk about the issue about conflict, authority, rebellion, all these kinds of things. These are things that people commonly assume can be applied to the Highlands as a blanket statement, generalization. But certainly from an anthropological and historical point of view, these are, I think, not very helpful ways of thinking about it. I think we can pretty much agree that conflict is human. Even between married couples, if there's no conflict, that means one of them has no personality. The question is, how do you resolve conflict? Usually, in the process of building a state, and we can see this process happen all over the world, you create a civil authority. And to make that civil authority work, people have to recognize the authority of that authority and defer to it to make decisions in everybody's best interest. And people have to have trust that that civil authority is acting in an objective way. Right? And when you don't have that situation, then you have feuds. You have people fighting it out because they're taking revenge on revenge that was taken out by them, back and forth, back and forth. And that's pretty much the common state of humanity. And it's in the process of nation building or state building that you have, usually through violence itself, a central authority serving as control and saying, well, we're going to handle this, and we're going to figure out who's to blame and punish them accordingly or make them compensate or what have you. So, this is a huge thing. The Highlands were no more violent or rebellious as any other part. And you can certainly see that in the supremacy of McDonald's. So the McDonald's, there's I think before somebody referred to this earlier, they emerged as a very powerful force in the west of Scotland, western seaboard of Scotland. They had certainly Norse ancestry that they very much claimed and played up the Gallic ancestry and the Gallic heritage. They saw themselves as reclaiming the area of Dalriada, which is really the birth seed of the Scottish nation, back from the Vikings. And there's a lot of stories about them dragging out the Vikings, and maybe I'll talk about that later. But because they were a powerful force, and they had plans that recognized them as an authority and then were made vassal plans of Macdonald, they ushered in a period of peace and prosperity on the western seaboard and the Western Isles. And it was recognized within and really since that time period as a golden age of Gaelic. During the time when the central authority, the kingship of Scotland had become de-Gaelicized, that this was the last bastion of Gaelic culture that was intact and supporting and nurturing native arts, native tradition, and so on. And when you look at the architecture, for example, you can see that there were residences of the nobility that did not use nature defensive structure. Scotland was power over the Isles. The Lord of the Isles is able to command as many men as the Scottish king. So we have a rivalry. And the thugs undo the power of the Lord of the Isles and declare the forfeit. And at that point, that loss of central authority, you have the breaking out of these latent rivalries between the different island clans. And you have the descent in chaos, which can happen in any society. And let me talk about the issue very briefly with cavalry. Again, this is, I think, popularly understood as I'm going to some of these territories, I'm stealing their property away from them. This is a very modern way of looking at it. This is a modern projection about what we consider to be private property possession. And this is not the way other cultures see it. But probably the closest example or parallel is the Maasai people in Africa, where the economy there, as was the case in Galway, in Ireland, and Scotland, was based in cattle. From the cattle, you get milk, you get blood, you get protein, you get hides. The cattle is very much the central aspect of the economy, especially for in the Highlands, because it's not very good for agriculture. You have to be able to live off those cattle. And taking another group's cattle is a way of hitting them economically, and it's a way of showing their manhood. It is a rite of passage. It is a way of demonstrating that you have good leadership capability. There was no sense of we have private possessions and they have private possessions, and I'm going to steal their possessions. That's a very modern projection upon what's happening at that time. Again, look at the Maasai, you can see a very similar economic and military system happening. So I mentioned this turning point in the 15th century where suddenly the tide is turning away from the Gaels as being at the core of Scottish identity. And they very much were in the memories. Even later, in terms of the Scots saying, why are we different from the English? Well, because our original seed group, the Scots, were the Gaels, and they are not English. But things start to change. They are seen in very much a negative light. This is backward people who are different because they're not. So the laws are built in a versatile economy, it's an agricultural economy, and it speaks English. It's very aware of the fact that it's a different language, a different cultural system, and then of course the Protestant Reformation creates these very strong ties culturally with England. Let's see. Now, the Gaels, on the other hand, of course, they see themselves as the Aboriginal people of Scotland who have been dispossessed by these interlopers who have come in the 12th century. And they retain this memory as the original possessors of the lands. Of course, even though there are areas which have become speaking this form of English, loud speaking, they still remember the Gaelic places that are on the landscape of these places. Places like Lithgow. I'm almost sure that the food itself is a Gaelic name or origin. So they have this memory, this tied to the landscape about their original title to the land, as it were. And because they have a sense of dispossession, they also feel that, well, since that land is rightfully ours, so is the produce of that land, including the cattle on that land. So that's part of what you see happening in the cattle rate and the high exposure levels. So as the centuries go on, Fiona mentioned James I of England, who was James VI of Scotland. He was not very interested in Scotland. His ambition was to have a very large kingdom that all obeyed him and gave him lots of money. And he thought that the Highlanders were lazy and were not making proper use of the land and had to be forced to give him the proper tributes. They were using up or consuming too many of their resources and were not being productive people. He was very eager to get rid of them. And he planned colonization schemes in the Highlands, or which he attempted, not were successful. Two of which were never carried out properly, but certainly the plantation of Rhode Ireland was part of this greater scheme to break Gaelic so that an Anglophone period could rule the British Isles, which of course, as you know, was largely successful. And whenever you have authority invested in one group, they tend to demonize and inferiorize the groups that they come to rule. And I think that's pretty much the story I wanted to tell, except that the Gaels are still, there are still people speaking Gaelic in Scotland. It is the oldest continuously spoken language in Scotland. It was brought by people who were immigrants to North America. It was a very large community in Cape Fear who spoke Gaelic until about 100 years ago. Last people that I know of died in the 1930s. There are still people speaking Gaelic in Nova Scotia, where I was living before I was here. So there are definitely aspects of this culture which has very old roots, which is very fun, people can be engaged in, and it is part of the story of Scots and Scottish heritage. It's not the whole thing, but it is one of the many communities that has a distinctive legacy that certainly connects, I know, the people here. And I think with that, we're ready to take questions.
We have about 30 minutes before we're supposed to close things down. I would like to open up, we really had a good discussion here, good presentation, but it needs to be a two-way discussion. And so if you have any questions for our two up here about the Gaelic influence, and it's really funny, thank you for even mentioning Ayrshire, because being an Ayrshire clan, you hear about the Highlands, you hear about the not the Lowlands, but the borders, and we don't hear much about the Ayrshire.
area, and that's where my family is all from. So appreciate that. That's for the next topic, right? Okay. Do we have any questions for either Michael or Fiona? Yes.
I was speaking more and I've been in for a long time, maybe 2 words. I was going to say, where's a great place to make it look again?
Well, certainly language is one of the major entryways into agriculture. But people take it very seriously about celebrating French culture if it's all through the medium of English. I don't really think so. I mean, you can wear a beret, eat fresh food, drink Rosé and so on, but if you don't learn the language, you have barriers to really get very far. And again, I think this is one of the reasons why we need to take the role of academia seriously in this. There is a big story here that's not being worked on in the academy. Fortunately, there are people who are offering classes, Scout classes, both online and in person in various parts of North America. And I've met dozens of people that are doing that and getting very good job because they're very attracted to music and dancing things. So this is certainly an entryway, as is looking at the influence of Gallup on English in Scotland and in North America. There are plenty of examples of that.
You're talking about speaking Gallup, but you can take classes online using Skype and other that. What is the name of the Gallup College on the Isle of Skye? Right, and I can't pronounce that, but you can take it. It's a cost, but you can sign up and take online for that.
It's right there in Military college, last a whole week before the first.
What I'm hearing is to look at the internet, it's a lot of time. The YouTube videos and the college, I can't pronounce that, whatever. The university. So, next one, I think you have a question.
No, I was just going to comment that the 8% that there is in school here in North Carolina, just to put again public games.
Who heads that up? I don't know.
And it's exactly the language begins to very culturally to get greater English. And we have musicians who know this often from the movies that are singers and they're singing the same week that the country dancers are up at background. So it's fascinating to spend, and it's very reasonable. And unfortunately, they don't get enough advertising.
But also to build on the Gallup language if people are interested. We were playing earlier beforehand. I want to say thank you for coming ready to fill and playing with me. Great first one. Casey, she plays they're in a band called Bells on Strings. Southern Payloads, I guess. But they do Scottish music. But while Nora and I were playing back, Michael came, Nora's son Michael longer than I am, which doesn't take much. But he sang a Gallup song, and he's going to translate a song for me that I just found that it's called I've Heard the Birds. That's the English version of the title of it. But this is a great thing, and there is a great singer from is it Use? The album, Use from, I'm sorry, her name is Julie Tallis, and she is an extraordinary singer, and she's got a great fiddle player by the name of Duncan Chisholm that plays the fiddle with her, and she sings most of her songs in Scots Gallup. And if you really want a treat, because I look out here and I see the generation of who's here. How many people remember the tune Blackbird heard Paul McCartney sing the Beatles. There's probably not a person who can't put their hand up on that. She sings that and stops out. Go to YouTube and listen to that. It is fantastic. So, Andrew, you had something I think you wanted to address before this is all over. Don't want to leave it out.
Well, it's not really what we just been talking about. On the previous panel, when we were talking about Vikings, we're not allowed to call Vikings anymore. There was some comment about how they get that reputation as people who come in and raid slaughter and so on. And it was rather suggested that they really didn't do this at all. Well, they did. They had a reason for it. And one of the things that I think people are not taught that they should be taught is why did they particularly target the Christian monasteries, causing the Christian monks to write such nasty things about them. And I think the thing that people ought to be taught and are not taught adequately is about the massacre of Verdun in 1782, I think, when there were when Charlemagne ordered the massacre of, I think it was around 4,500 Saxons who refused to convert to Christianity. Everything you read about the Islamic State people and their horrible deeds today, don't worry, Christians have done that. And Charlemagne ordered the cold-blooded massacre of thousands of Saxons. They were leader in this rebellion against the forcibly converted Christianity and escaped into Scandinavia, and within 20 years they have burned the monastery of Iron, which was the real capital of the Catholic Christian world at that point, and therefore of the Western Christian world. Charlemagne's Minister of Education, who was helping him convert to Christianity, was from Britain. So British people were going out, and I use that as a broad term to include Anglo-Saxons as well as Celts, were Christianizing Western Europe. Sometimes the tactics used caused a reaction, and the Viking targeting the Christian monasteries was a response to that massacre, as people understand today.
Thank you. Are there more questions for our panel here?
Say goodbye to them when you
Say goodbye to Dubai.
Malcolm.
Malcolm, down in Australia, we enjoyed seeing your picture up on the other side of the computer, and Sue McIntosh. See you later. More questions? Yes.
My name is Judy Barca.